Ready? Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call to order the Genoa Township Board of Trustees meeting. It's a special zoning meeting. Today's date is August 29th, 2022. The time is 6:30 p.m. At this time, I'll ask Joe Schaefer to call the roll.
Roll call, Trustee Antonetts.
Here.
Trustee Vaughn.
Here.
Trustee Goodman.
Here. Also present, we have Director of Development and Zoning, Joe Schaefer, and Deputy Zoning Inspector, Paul Benson. This meeting of the Genoa Township Trustees will be recorded. The meeting audio and written minutes will be available on the Genoa Township's website at www.genoatwp.com or by contacting Genoa's fiscal office. Tonight we will hear case number ZC 2022-03, Courtyards at Big Walnut Zoning Map Amendment, AKA rezoning, and Preliminary Development Plan. Anyone, first of all, it's Mary Jo Velardo, trustee of the Philip J. Velardo Sr. Irrevocable Trust, requesting approval of a rezoning and preliminary development plan to construct 91 single-family dwellings on approximately 55.861 acres at the northwest corner of of Big Walnut Road and State Route 3, parcel number 317-2400-103-2000. A vacant lot currently zoned rural residential, seeking rezoning to planned residential district, also known as Courtyards at Big Walnut, ZC case number 2022-03. Tonight, I'll ask that anyone wishing to speak stand, even if you don't think so, but possibly will speak. I encourage you to stand up and raise your right hand to be sworn in at this time. Do you swear to tell the whole truth? Sorry, excuse me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you very much. You can be seated. Before we get started, like I said, we will have public comment. At this time, I'm going to take just a minute. Normally, we don't restrict public comment, but tonight, I think, is a special circumstance. As you can see, the room is full. So we do need a few parameters, one, to protect the township, and two, just to keep an orderly fashion for public comment. So at this time, the trustees are going to discuss the public comment parameters. So I'll leave it open to the other board members. Joe Schaefer did send out a few samples of some topics that we can include. Did either one of you have any thoughts or comments on that? Or Joe, do you want to?
Well, I only sent it to you.
Oh,
They only two didn't receive it, so, because I thought you were drafting up a statement.
Oh,
so.
okay. Miscommunication. All right. So a couple things. Joe had sent me the current zoning commission statement policy. The top of it does talk about that the meeting will be recorded. I feel like we already discussed that. I've already stated that. The other one was some samples of what was used in a past hearing. For instance, I'll just give you an idea and we can say yay or nay. The floor will not be open for public comment until staff and the applicant have concluded their presentations. You okay with that one?
That's normal procedure.
Okay. Written commentary for the Board of Trustees consideration may be submitted to the Genoa Township Department of Development and Zoning. All such commentary will be retained as a public record and may be disseminated to anyone upon request in accordance with Ohio law. That?
Yes.
Anyone wishing to speak during the hearing must be sworn in by the Board of Trustees in order to be legally recognized.
Done.
We just did that. All right. The Board of Trustees reserves the right to allow property owners immediately contiguous to the proposed development to speak first.
Fair.
That's fine.
Okay. The Board of Trustees reserves the right to limit the amount of time an individual member of the public has to speak. I think this is maybe a sticking point. Do either of you have a preference with the time limit?
You know me, on the zoning commission, I didn't use a timer, but I'm open.
I have always been in favor of a time limit, whether it be 3 or 5 minutes. However, at this time, I think it's somewhat unfair to those folks that have shown up with a 4 or 7 minute presentation to throw this at them so quickly.
I'm in favor of no time limit. So let's agree on that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. All questions and commentaries shall be directed to the Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees reserves the right to decide which questions and comments they will and will not ask the applicant to respond to. What do you think?
Fair.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, all questions and commentary, whoops, sorry, I read that one. The Board of Trustees reserves the right to not allow individuals to speak more than once until all other individuals wishing to make public comment have been heard once. I prefer, with the amount of people here and the time that it's going to take, I'd rather not allow anybody to speak a second time. One and done. No?
I'm not in favor of that.
Okay?
I'm fine with a once and done.
Okay, we're going to go with once and done.
Say it all at once.
Yeah. The Board of Trustees reserve the right to limit or cease repetitive debate and commentary. I'm okay with that. Okay. The Board of Trustees reserve the right to close the floor and not allow any further comment at any time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The Board of Trustees reserves the right to take the following actions on the applications: vote to approve with accommodations, vote to deny, vote to continue. We good?
Yep.
Okay. Genoa Township reserves the right to request that the Genoa Township Police Department remove any individual for disorderly conduct.
Yes.
Okay? And Genoa Township Fire Department reserves the right to enforce all aspects of the fire code, including how many individuals may occupy the hall at any one time.
That's good.
Okay, all right. The only other one I was advised to add was the Board of Trustees asked that everyone be respectful to all parties in attendance. This includes but is not limited to no name calling, no personal attacks or comments towards specific individuals, and no talking out of turn.
I agree with that.
Might I also add
Yes.
that we would ask people to speak one at a time so that, since we do have a court reporter here, she can clearly get every statement.
Very good, thank you. All right, anything else? Mr. Fowler, are you okay with that last statement? Yep, that sounds fine. Okay.
You can vote on it to make it formal.
Vote on it?
Yes, go ahead, just take a quick
Okay.
vote to make it formal.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, very good. Now that we got that out of the way, thank you. The following were marked as Exhibits A through L. Exhibit A, legal notice. Exhibit B, affidavit of advertisement. Exhibit C, sign-in sheet. Exhibit D, application and plans originally submitted March 7th, 2022. Exhibit E, application and plans submitted for trustees received August 8th, 2022. Exhibit F, DCRPC recommendation made March 31st, 2022. Exhibit G, traffic study dated May 12th, 2022, and approved by Delaware County on June 7th, 2022. Exhibit H, fire marshal letter dated May 6th, 2022. Exhibit I, trustee acknowledgement of the zoning commission's recommendation made on August 4th, 2022. Exhibit J, staff memo dated August 24th, 2022 for August 29th, 2022. Exhibit K, staff technical review dated August 24th, 2022 for August 29th, 2022. Exhibit L, all public comments received between March 7th, 2022 and August 29th, 2022.
Madam Chair, I
yes.
believe you missed the legal notice when it was printed.
Which number? Oh, here, okay, I'm sorry, thank you, trustee Goodman. I'll go back, I missed a section. The legal notice for this meeting was printed and published on August 12th, 2022 in the Delaware Gazette and posted at the Township Hall on August 5th, 2022. An attempt to send notice of this meeting to adjacent property owners was also made. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Joe Schaefer for the staff report.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vaughn. So this evening, I'll be going through the staff memorandum I have prepared and sent out to you in advance this meeting. The applicant has received a copy of these materials as well. For those in the room who have not been at one of these hearings before, I am going to read and talk for a good amount of time. The memorandum is approximately 10 pages long, and then there's some supplemental documents in this packet that I will sort of jump and skip around in. I will try to balance between reading it fast so we can move on with the proceedings and reading it slow enough that the court reporter can accurately record what I am saying. So with that, I am going to dive right in. So, as noted, here's the project overview. Mary Jo Villardo, trustee of the Philip J. Villardo Senior Irrevocable Trust, being represented by Joel Rhodes, Epcon Communities, EC New Vision Ohio LLC, is requesting to rezone approximately 55.861 acres of property located at the unaddressed property known as parcel 317-2400-103-2000 at the northwest corner, approximately, of State Route 3 and Big Walnut Road, which is north/northwest of the new police station and immediately west of 6901 Big Walnut Road. From rural residential RR to planned residential PRD, in order to construct 91 single-family dwellings on fee simple lots, along with an associated clubhouse, swimming pool, pickleball court, bocce ball court, and a community garden with an associated shed. A preliminary development plan is incorporated with this application. Going through the existing conditions and the history of the property. The property is currently undeveloped and consists of a wooded area along Big Walnut Road, large fields separated by old tree lines, and a relatively large pond, approximately 1.25 acres in size, surrounded by a small forest located just north of the Genoa Township Police Station. There are 2 wetlands on the site, and an approximately 0.12 acre wetland located immediately adjacent to the east side of a 408 linear foot stream that cuts through the northwest corner of the site, and an approximately 0.35 acre wetland located along the northern property line due east of the aforementioned stream. The property has long been vacant. Historic aerial imagery and old topo maps indicate there may have been a house and/or some structures and a driveway located along the Big Walnut Road frontage in the wooded area. However, it is difficult to discern. Whatever may have been built on the site does not appear on aerial imagery from 2004. Though not known for certain, it seems likely that anything that was built on the property predated township zoning. A rezoning application was submitted by Casto in late 2005 to rezone the subject property to Planned Commercial District, aka PCD or PD2, to construct a project known as Genoa Marketplace. That was ZC case number 2006-03, but it was ultimately withdrawn. Pictures of an existing conditions from 10 different vantage points can be found on Exhibit B4 of the application. The proposed development would be constructed in 2 phases, if approved. Each phase is expected to take approximately 18 months to complete, per the applicant. An exact timeline for anticipated construction has not yet been provided, as it's too early in the process for one to be set. Here's the breakdown of the phases. Phase 1 would consist of approximately 23 units, covering approximately 25.901 acres, which covers the southern half of the plan, including the clubhouse, swimming pool, courts, 1.5 of the 3 trail segments, and 2 stormwater basins. Phase 2 would be 68 units, or otherwise the balance of the plan, covering approximately 29.96 acres, which consists of the northern half of the development, comprising of the community garden, the rest of the trail system, and 1 stormwater basin. I'm going to go through the site statistics. Normally, I just sort of only hit the highlights of this table, but for the sake of the record, I think I am going to go through line by line unless the board objects. Gross acreage of the site, the zoning requirement requires PRDs have at least 25 acres. As noted, the gross acreage of the site is 55.861 acres, so it is compliant with that standard. There's no max gross density standard in the zoning resolution currently. However, if you do compute the numbers out, it comes out to 1.629 units per acre. We do have a density based on net developable acreage. When you do the computation of the net developable acreage for this site, it is 45.762 acres, and that is after you subtract 0.47 acres of wetland. We do have a density standard based on that net developable acreage, as I noted. The zoning resolution sets a maximum of 2.2 units per net developable acre when utilizing conservation development standards, which this application has noted that they are. The current proposed net developable acreage for the site in terms of density is 1.988, otherwise rounded up to 1.99. Minimum open space, the code requires 40%, which equates out to approximately 6.92 acres. They are proposing approximately 52.8% of the site consists of open space, which computes out to 29.5 acres. Minimum common open space, which is usable open space, is 50%, which computes out, that's the requirement, I should say, out to 8.65 acres. Again, they're proposing, because all the open space is common open space in this plan, 52.8%, which is approximately 29.5 acres. The code required open space perimeter setback from the right-of-way is 170 feet from an arterial or collector street. The proposed perimeter buffer setbacks are 170 plus feet from State Route 3 and 170 plus feet from Big Walnut Road, both of which are major arterials per county records. Open space perimeter setback requirements from adjacent PRDs is 50 feet under code. They are proposing buffers in excess of 50 feet from Walnut Grove Estates, which is the adjacent PRD to the west. Open space perimeter buffer setback requirements for properties not zoned PRD, but otherwise zoned residential is 100 feet, and they are also adhering to that requirement by providing buffers of 100 or more feet. Primary conservation area setbacks requirement is 20 feet. They have 20-foot setbacks around all such areas. A prior iteration of this plan had proposed disturbing some of the existing wetlands at the northern end of the tract, but that is no longer the case since the plan was redesigned as the zoning commission was going through the review process. Setback from stormwater ponds, code requirement 20 feet. They are meet or exceeding that requirement. Parking lot setback is 75 feet. They are meet or exceeding that requirement with their proposed parking lot. Number of proposed parking spaces required is 18. They are proposing 19. Number of full vehicular access points by code, since they are proposing residential sprinkler systems, is 1, which is what they're proposing, a single access point onto Big Walnut Road. And again, just to be clear, they are proposing that all units within the development will contain residential sprinkler systems, and our zoning code mirrors the fire code in that respect, saying when you do that, you do not have to provide a second means of entrance, whether it be a full access point or even an emergency access way. The residential sprinkler systems addresses that concern. Minimum lot width, not required by code. The applicant has stated they will be 52 feet at the build line, which is a typical for non-corner lots, and 67 feet at front build line for corner lots. The typical depth, regardless of the width, is going to be approximately 120 feet. Minimum lot area, we don't have a requirement under conservation development standards. They're showing anywhere in the neighborhood of approximately 0.148, give or take, acres to approximately 0.286 acres, give or take. Minimum front yard setbacks, side yard setbacks, and rear yard setbacks. There's no requirements in the code for any of those, again, since they're utilizing the conservation development standards, which provides them some flexibility to write their own standards in those respects. They are proposing 20-foot front yard setbacks, 5-foot side yard setbacks, and 5-foot rear yard setbacks. It is my understanding that these are fee simple lots, so there's no measurements that are applicable to read off as part of that standard. Maximum building height, the township requirement is generally 35 feet. There are some height modification exceptions in the code. The applicant has generally agreed to the 35-foot maximum. We do have some minimum square footage requirements for the actual units in the plan that the applicant has made a general commitment to meet or exceed. By code, they are 1,100 square feet for single-story homes, 1,200 square feet for split levels, 1,400 square feet for two-story homes. We also require that all units have a two-car attached garage. Again, the applicant has made a general commitment to that standard. Driveway setbacks under code is 2 feet from a property line. Applicant states they will comply with this requirement. Side load garage turning pads are 24 feet. Applicant states they will comply with this requirement. Driveway setback from intersections, the requirement is 40 feet. The applicant has said that they are meeting or exceeding that 40-foot standard, and that was a topic that was discussed and caused some plan revisions during the zoning commission review cycle. Driveway and parking lot material, code requires asphaltic concrete, Portland cement concrete, permeable pavers, or other hard non-gravel surfaces. The applicant states they will comply with that requirement. And the swimming pool setback for non-personal swimming pools, as this is proposing a swimming pool for the entire complex, is 75 feet under code, and as I noted, the swimming pool meets or exceeds the 75-foot setback requirement. Moving on, now that I am done with the site statistics, access and traffic regarding the site. The proposed development would be accessed via a standard full access intersection, since the applicant indicates that all dwellings would be serviced by residential sprinkler systems. The single access point, as I previously noted, is compliant with section 903.05.a, 903.05.b, and 903.05.b.1 of the zoning resolution. A trip generation letter and traffic study were submitted to the Delaware County engineer earlier this year. This study was subsequently approved on June 7th, 2022. A copy of both the letter and study has been included in the submission. See Exhibits G1 and G2 of the application. Proof of the county approval is also on file with zoning staff. A roadway easement has been provided between lots 15 and 16 in case the dead end of Mahogany Drive and Walnut Grove Estates is ever extended eastward. A development pattern map maintained by Delaware County Regional Planning Commission, otherwise known as DCRPC, illustrates this connection and labels it as a comprehensive plan road. However, no such a connection is not specifically mentioned or illustrated in the township's comprehensive plan. Regardless, planning for a potential connection does seem to make sense. Streets and parking. All streets would be public per the applicant, designed to Delaware County standards with a minimum 22-foot width, contain curbs, gutters, and enclosed drainage as well. The Delaware County engineer will be responsible for reviewing the street design to ensure it meets design standards for public streets. The county's development plan review flow chart for townships with two-step zoning process is attached to this memorandum for your reference. A road stub to the northeastern end of the property adjacent to the township-owned property at the eastern terminus of Fleur Drive has been proposed. Since the development street system would be public, as currently proposed, this stub could provide the township public vehicular access to this parcel, as well as the two other township-owned properties in this vicinity. The township's properties are practically landlocked due to the restrictions on access to State Route 3, lack of a road network, or access rights to the north, which is property owned by Genoa Baptist Church. And there's also no driveway extending from the end of Fleur Drive into the parkland. The following documents pertaining to Fleur Park property are attached to this memo for the board's reference. 1, Fleur Park, AKA Flatwoods Park, conceptual design prepared by R.D. Zandy, found by staff in the zoning case file CC 2001-02, which was Vinmar Farms. Item number 2, Fleur Park limited warranty deed recorded on October 26, 2004. And item number 3, Fleur Park vision page from the Genoa Township 2020 Parks and Trails Master Plan. A small parking lot consisting of 19 parking spaces, as I had previously noted, has been provided south of the proposed clubhouse, consists of 18 non-accessible spaces and 1 accessible space. Regarding utilities, letters from all required utility companies have been provided to demonstrate the site can be serviced by electricity, sewer, water, and natural gas. The proposed development would be serviced by sanitary sewer via an existing line that terminates at the northeast corner of the Walnut Grove development, aka utility hole 013. A 50-foot easement is also proposed in the southeast corner of the Elizabeth Berlin property, or now or formerly Elizabeth Berlin property, at 6870 Fleur Drive to access this connection point. Water connections would be made in 3 separate locations. One, the southern end of the existing 16-inch line along the north side of Big Walnut Road. 2, at the western property line connecting to an existing 12-inch line which runs between 5078 and 5090 Naya Court in Walnut Grove. And 3, easements within the Walnut Grove Section 1 are documented in the plat that was recorded with Delaware County on October 7, 2004. The 4th paragraph under the notes section of the cover sheet of the aforementioned plat reads, quote, "Easements are specifically granted unto Delco Water Company, Inc., its successors or assigns for the location of water lines, comma, valves, comma, and appurtenances within dedicated right-of-ways and designated easements, comma, utility/drainage easements, comma, or sanitary easements. Also granted is the right of Delco Water Company, Inc., to install service and maintain water meter crocks and appurtenances outside of and adjacent to said dedicated right-of-way for public roads or easements, comma, utility/drainage easements, comma, or sanitary easements," end quote. The northeast corner of the tract connecting to the existing line, which terminates at the southeast corner of the approximately 34-acre parcel owned by the township at the eastern terminus of Fleur Drive, which is parcel 317-24001033000. And this is the 3rd connection I mentioned. I'm sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. This connection would be a 24-inch main. Regarding stormwater, stormwater basins would be located in the following locations. One basin would flank the eastern side of the entrance into the development, set back over 250 feet from the Big Walnut Road right-of-way. A large basin would also be situated along the tract's western property line between proposed lots 4 through 16 and existing homes located to the west of 5070, 5078, and 5090 Naya Court in Walnut Grove Estates. A large basin would also be located within the proposed development's central green space, surrounded by proposed lots 68 through 95. Stormwater would drain in several separate locations. 1, to an existing line along Big Walnut Road. 2, to an existing 12-inch line which runs between 5070 and 5078 Naya Court in Walnut Grove Estates. 3, to a swale through the proposed easements on the now or formerly Elizabeth Berlin property, which would lead to an existing 36-inch stormwater line within the Walnut Grove Development's open space. Easements within Walnut Grove Estates Section 1 are documented in a plat that was recorded with Delaware County on October 7, 2004. The 2nd and 3rd paragraphs under the notes section of the cover sheet of the aforementioned plat read, and I quote, "Easements are reserved for the construction, inspection, operation, and maintenance of public and private utilities and stormwater drainage above and below the surface of the ground and where necessary for the construction, operation, and maintenance of service connection to lots and lands. The easements shown hereon outside the platted area are within those tracts of land owned by Walnut Grove Estates Incorporated and are dedicated for the uses and purposes stated in the preceding paragraph," end quote. The existing pond and surrounding forest on the site would remain. The pond would not be tied into the proposed stormwater management system, the best I can tell. The Delaware County engineer will be responsible for reviewing designs and plans pertaining to stormwater management, drainage, grading, and erosion. The county's development plan review flow chart for the township's 2-step zoning process, as I've previously noted, is attached for the board's reference. Regarding pedestrian connectivity, 4-foot wide sidewalks have been provided along both sides of all proposed streets. A system of internal paved trails is being proposed in open space areas which are not wooded. Additional unpaved trails, 4 feet in width, may be provided in wooded areas to avoid disturbing existing trees. The first trail segment would start in the vicinity of the clubhouse between lots 3 and 4 and run northward between lots 4 through 13 and the stormwater basin in this vicinity. The second trail segment would start between lots 69 and 70 and would proceed northward through the central green space adjacent to the stormwater basin in this vicinity and terminates at Road A between lots 80 and 81. This segment provides access to the proposed community garden. The third trail segment begins across from the northernmost intersections of Road A and B between lots 37 and 38 and curves southward behind lots 48 through 63 and the proposed clubhouse, ultimately terminating just north of the clubhouse's parking lot entrance and connecting via a street crossing with the first described trail segment above, thereby creating a full loop. This trail segment would also connect the trail segment through the central green space via a trail running behind lots 48 and 49 that crosses Road B and ties into the trail between lots 69 and 70. I'm going to go off script. I know that was a lot of words to describe the trail system, but it's a little difficult to see on the plan, but it is very well drawn out on this plan. If we were to zoom in, and I believe there's also other plans without the colors on them, which also do a great job of illustrating the trail network design in its entirety. Back to the memorandum. A 15-foot wide pedestrian easement would be provided along the track's State Route 3 frontage in lieu of constructing a multi-use path, as there are no paths on either side of the track. This is permitted by the zoning resolution. The easement would be recorded and dedicated when the development is platted, if the development is approved. A public multi-use path already exists along the track's Big Walnut Road frontage. The proposed sidewalk, and by extension, an internal trail system would connect this path. Regarding landscaping, cross-section drawings showing how the proposed 50-foot buffer from Walnut Grove Estates would potentially appear in 3 separate locations have been provided in Exhibit C6 of the application. The applicant has generally agreed to landscaping requirements outlined in Section 903.03.b of the zoning resolution, noting that they anticipate a majority of the existing trees on site would remain. That said, the applicant has also agreed that required plantings shall comply with the planting requirements of Section 903.03.b1, wherever existing trees do not provide a sufficient landscape buffer as permitted by Section 903.03.b3. Additional trees are shown in locations along State Route 3, along portions of the shared border with Walnut Grove Estates, and along a portion of the shared border with 6901 Big Walnut Road. Final planting counts and details would have to be provided with the final development plan application. A tree inventory and disturbance plan has also been provided and included in the application. The proposed parking lot servicing the clubhouse would be screened from the properties to the south. Typical landscaping plans for units have been provided under application Exhibit D-3. The applicant has acknowledged and agreed to the township zoning regulation regarding the maintenance and timely replacement of any required landscaping. Street trees are proposed throughout the development. Details regarding size and species would be provided at with the final development plan application. Regarding other site amenities, all proposed amenities are permitted uses of the required open space areas. I've already noted what those items are previously, so I'll skip over those. All amenities would be solely for the residents within this development. The applicant has agreed to all the regulations for swimming pools, included the noted setback, as well as the 6-foot fencing requirement, the restrictions related to loudspeakers, jukeboxes, public address systems, and electric amplifiers, exterior lighting requirements, and off-street parking requirements. The community garden would be located behind and screened from lots 64, 65, 88, 89, 90, and 91. It would be anchored by a 10-foot by 10-foot community garden shed, approximately 15 feet in height. Cluster mailboxes have been proposed at 3 different locations. 2 would be located on the western side of proposed Road A, while the 3rd would be located along the eastern side of Road B. All would be located on the non-hydrant side of their respective streets, adjacent to sidewalks with access to the proposed trail system. Final locations would be subject to approval by the Postal Service. Detailed designs and amenities may be provided with the final development plan application. Regarding signage, 1 freestanding sign identifying the neighborhood is proposed along Big Walnut Road. The sign would be double-sided with a sign area of approximately 12.5 square feet per side. The proposed sign height, which is 7 foot 9 inches, exceeds what is permitted by the zoning resolution without bonuses allowed by the code. The applicant is seeking to apply the bonuses allowed by the code due to the size of the track and the width of the posted speed limit of the adjacent right-of-way. Proof that the project qualifies for these bonuses has been provided. So in short, the 7 foot 9 inch measurement is compliant when you factor in the bonuses that they're allotted. Also, 1 large temporary sign, approximately 30 square feet in size, is also being proposed along Big Walnut Road. Regarding lighting, a total of 9 decorative light poles are proposed for the plan, 1 at each intersection within the development, excluding the Big Walnut Road entrance, 4 in the vicinity of the proposed parking lot and swimming pool, and 1 at each cluster mailbox location, as illustrated in Exhibit F1 of the application. The applicant has noted in their development text that fixtures would appear traditional, but that source of light is located within the cap of the fixture so that the source of illumination is concealed. Regarding architecture, typical designs for the proposed units, as well as for the proposed clubhouse, community garden shed, fencing, and sign have been provided in exhibits F2 and F3 of the application. Moving on to divergence request. A previously requested divergence to section 903.08.d pertaining to the number of proposed parking spaces was removed from the proposal during the zoning commission review, as the revised plan is now compliant with the zoning resolution. A previously requested divergence to 907.03 pertaining to driveways being set back 40 feet from a street intersection was removed from the proposal during the zoning commission review, as the revised plan is now compliant with the resolution. They are requesting a divergence to section 1608.03, which states no structure may project into a required side yard. The request is fences to be allowed in the required side yard. The applicant's justification per the materials is private side courtyards are primary features of the homes being constructed within the plan. Some staff notes in regards to this request. Staff previously believed this divergence wasn't completely necessary due to the fact that the fence regulations have been administered in a manner that allows fences in side and rear yards to be built up to the property line, i.e. a 0-foot setback. The applicant has clarified that some of the fences being installed would actually span across two properties due to the nature of the proposed product type. See development text section 905.03 in exhibits F4 and F5. As such, staff believes that this divergence does need to be requested and incorporated within the application. A previously requested divergence to section 1803.01.q.3.a and 1803.01.q.3.b.2 pertaining to a second large temporary sign was removed from the proposal during the zoning commission review. A second large temporary sign is no longer proposed along State Route 3. The applicant is requesting divergence to section 2002.03 via section 905.03 of the resolution, which requires that fences less than 20 feet away from any street right-of-way be no taller than 36 inches in height. They are requesting fences on corner lots, i.e. side lots, to be up to 6 feet in height, so long as sight distance is not impeded and the fence is not located any closer than 10 feet to the right-of-way line. Applicable to lots 35, 54, 75, and 91. On the non-garage side for the patio. The applicant's justification in the materials is to see exhibits F4 and F5 of the application. Finally, regarding divergences, a previously requested divergence to section 2703.04 pertaining to the required tree survey was removed from the proposal during the zoning commission review. A tree survey was included in the revised materials. Moving on to the final portion of the memorandum, staff comments. The subject tract is located within Planning Area 5, as identified in the Genoa Township Comprehensive Plan, the 2019 update comprehensive plan map, adopted effective January 7th, 2019. The land use recommendation for tracts in this area serviced by sanitary sewer, found in Chapter 4 on page 63, is, quote, residential development in an approved planned residential development, PRD, in accordance with the zoning resolution, end quote. The proposal would be consistent with the recommendation should the zoning commission or board of trustees find the requested divergences to be acceptable. Obviously, we are beyond the zoning commission stage, and now we are just talking about the board. Based on township records, the approved net densities of developments within Planning Area 5, to the best of my research, are Glade at Highland Lakes equals approximately 1.28 units per net developable acre, and Mirasol, which equals approximately 1.71 units per net developable acre. Regarding Mirasol, it was approved in conjunction with Vinmar Village and also included the dedication of 2 undeveloped parcels to the township, totaling approximately 13.466 acres, which are parcels 317-2100-701-8001 and 317-2100-701-7000. When Vinmar Village and the referenced off-site open space dedication of 2 parcels to the township are taken into consideration, the net density of everything, according to the documentation in ZC case file 2013-05, is approximately 1.382. Prior to June 26, 2011, The township did not use a net developable acre methodology to calculate density, or so is my understanding. The density standard in effect was based on gross density up to 2.2 units per acre. This was coupled with provisions related to an overall site net density and the percentage of development that could consist of cluster housing. Based on township records, the approved gross densities of developments within Planning Area 5 were 1, Mansard Estates equaling 1.1, 2, Walnut Grove Estates equaling 1.15, 3, Sheffield Park equaling 1.1, and 4, Grand Oak and Retreat at Grand Oak equaling 1.35. The proposed development would not be subject to the pending Hoover Watershed Overlay District if it is adopted as currently drafted, since the subject tract is not wholly or partially located within said watershed. Moving on regarding Delaware County Regional Planning Commission. On March 31st, 2022, the Delaware County Regional Planning Commission recommended conditional approval of the rezoning request subject to 1, an emergency access being provided to Fleur Drive, 2, providing a roadway easement between lots 18 and 19, which are now lots 15 and 16, should a connection to Mahogany Drive ever become feasible. 3, reconfiguration of the entry design at Big Walnut Road, and 4, relocation of the pool and other amenities to the east side of the road to reduce the impact on adjacent lots to the west. Some staff notes in regards to those recommendations. Since regional planning have reviewed this plan, all dwellings within the plan are now serviced by residential sprinkler systems, as I noted. Said easement regarding the roadway easement between what is now lots 15 and 16 is on the plans. The Big Walnut Road entry was since reconfigured to a more traditional access point as reflected on the current drawing. And finally, the pool and associated amenities were relocated from the western side of the main road into the plan to the eastern side of the road during the Zoning Commission review period. Delaware County Regional Planning Commission staff was generally supportive of the requested divergences, but did note a couple of thoughts in the report. 1, that the applicant should identify the location of the State Route 3 sign on plans and establish a deadline for when the sign is to be removed after a certain number of lots have been sold. As I previously noted, only one large temporary sign is now proposed for the site. The sign previously proposed along State Route 3 has been removed. The applicant is proposing to leave the temporary sign up until 95% of the homes within the development are sold. Staff would prefer that a provision be based on the number of zoning permits for dwellings issued. Instead, for the reason already stated, which may have been lost in this, which was we aren't privy to real estate transactions. We can keep track of zoning permits that have been issued, but we don't get timely notification of when a transaction has occurred on a closing of a property. This would 95% of 91 dwellings, in this instance, is approximately 86.45, which would round down to 86 units. So we could address this in the final development plan, but essentially, to go off script, what I'm getting at is if we go by the number of permits, 95% of the number of dwelling permits would be 86. So under sort of my idea, after the 86 zoning permit for a dwelling within the plan would be issued, that large temporary sign would have to come down. That's at least staff's idea or solution to this. Regional Planning's other comment, number 2, was the applicant should provide some specific fence configuration examples since this product type has constructed some unusual fence configurations and other similar courtyard-style projects within the county. Staff note, revised materials now contain fencing samples and proposed layouts in exhibits F4 and F5 of the application. The proposed fences would be no shorter than 4 feet and no taller than 6 feet per pages 11 and 30 of the development text. Regional Planning comment number 3, DCRPC noted some concerns regarding the number of parking spaces being provided for the clubhouse and associated amenities. While the applicant's materials indicate that fewer spaces are needed since residents can use the proposed sidewalk network to walk to the clubhouse, DCRPC questioned whether someone living at the northern end of the site, approximately 1,600 feet away, would really walk to the clubhouse. Since this comment was made, the plan has since been revised, and the parking lot now exceeds the number of required parking spaces, as previously noted. On July 18th, 2022, Genoa Township Zoning Commission voted by a 3-2 margin to recommend the subject rezoning application to the Board of Trustees. A motion recommending approval of the preliminary development plan was also passed by the same margin that same evening by the commission. Staff's technical review is attached to this memorandum. The subject application materials were provided along with a request for feedback to the township's fire, police, and maintenance departments on March 9th, 2022 and August 8th, 2022. A follow-up email was also sent on August 22nd, 2022. Responses which were received and not otherwise incorporated in the application were forwarded to the board in emails sent on August 22nd, 2022. In short, one, Fire Chief Joe Ponzi expressed that the developer has addressed their concerns regarding compliance with the Ohio Fire Code and does not have any additional comments. This mirrors the letter written by Fire Marshal Anthony Cato dated May 6th, 2022, which is included in the application materials. See Exhibit E4. Police Chief Steve Gamble expressed that he could not certify whether the development will have an adverse impact or not on the overall health, safety, and general welfare of the prospective residents, and no response received from the maintenance department as of the issuance date of this memorandum. And I should tell you that is not abnormal. Maintenance typically does not comment on the applications. As a reminder, since this is a preliminary development plan application, the applicant is not required to provide specific details for every aspect of the plan. Submitted materials are non-binding and tentative in nature. Layout and design materials need only to be conceptual in nature for the purposes of generally describing, illustrating, and supporting a plan development. See the definition of development plan, preliminary, as well as development plan text, preliminary in Article 4, Section 402 of the resolution. Moving on to some staff recommendations. Should this application be approved, the following items should be considered for the final development plan application. 1, the proposed trails between and behind homes should be constructed prior to any lots being sold. If they are not, signs should be erected to identify and/or illustrate the future trail locations, starting points, and adjacent to each lot, as well as the community garden and shed so that the prospective buyers are aware of them. Too often, plan amendment requests to remove these amenities are sought because their existence was not communicated and thus become a source of contention with residents who have already moved into the plan. Some staff notes on that. The applicant's response to these comments, as they have been provided them previously, that trails will be constructed in phases as lots are built and appropriate signage will be erected on site to identify the locations of the future trails and amenities. So, in essence, they're generally agreeable to my recommendation. Recommendation number 2, signs or some other type of marker should be erected at the northern end of proposed Road B in between what is now lots 15 and 16 prior to lots being sold to identify the potential future road connection in these locations. The applicant responded to comments in stating that the appropriate signage shall be erected on site to identify the potential future road connection. Staff recommendation number 3, identifying which improvements would be completed prior to the issuance of any permits for dwellings within Phase 2. Ideally, all amenities and landscaping would be installed in Phase 1 prior to zoning permit for a dwelling being issued for Phase 2. This type of matter, if implemented, is typically resolved on a final development plan application. Staff recommendation number 4, providing the following amenities with the cluster mailboxes: a roof shelter over the mailbox for cover, a waste receptacle, a bench, and designated parking spaces, at least one handicap accessible at each box location, if possible and permitted by the county engineer's office. This type of matter, if implemented, is typically resolved on a final development plan application. Staff recommendation number 5, providing a turnaround of some sort at the end of the clubhouse parking lot so that drivers searching for a parking space do not get stuck at the end should they drive all the way down the parking aisle only to discover no spaces are available. This could be added at the time of final development plan application if the subject application is approved. However, the applicant would need to ensure that such an addition would not render the site non-compliant with PRD, open space, or perimeter buffer requirements. Staff recommendation number 6, an easement to allow for the construction of future multi-use path easements to the northwest corner of the subject site should the township ever wish to construct a path on its property, aka Fleur Woods, from the eastern terminus of Fleur Road and/or the Worthington Gardens property via Genoa Baptist Church, if permission is granted, to the site, thereby providing residents in the vicinity of Sheffield Park and Mirasol a potential pedestrian route down to the existing path along Big Walnut Road, and by extension, the Genoa Trail. This type of matter, if implemented, is typically resolved on a final development plan application. Finally, in the memorandum, should the request for rezoning be approved, the applicant will be required to obtain engineering approval from Delaware County, approval of a final development plan from the township, and appropriate permits prior to constructing any units, including platting. Moving on to staff's technical review, you'll be relieved to know that most of the commentary has been addressed in the technical review. Any of the items left over are primarily informational in nature regarding procedure or items that staff would expect with a final development application. So the applicant is aware, should they proceed to that stage, that they need to be addressing these items. I did add one additional comment under the divergence review. When I was reviewing the latest materials, I did notice reference to a rescinded divergence regarding the temporary sign still needs to be removed from development text, page 18-6, specifically to the responses to items 3.A and 3.B.2 of the reference page. That is not a compliance concern. It's really just a housekeeping matter of making sure the text is accurate and not conflicting with itself. Other than that, like I said, all the other commentary is there, just archiving what's happened or information and procedures. And I believe I've already referenced all of the attachments that are subsequently attached, the county's flow chart, the limited warranty deed for the Flora Road, Woods property, the township's open space recommendations for that property, as well as the sketch I found in the Vinmar Farms application of what that property potentially could look like. So thank you all for bearing with me. I understand that was a lot. But with that, Madam Chairwoman, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Joe. At this time, I'll turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Thank you. My name is Joel Rhodes with Epcot Communities. With me tonight is Todd Ferris, our land planner, Sydney Berry and Trish Brown, our civil engineers, and Joe Miller, our attorney. Thank you for the opportunity to come and present this application to you tonight. Mr. Schaefer has done a very thorough job of highlighting the details, so I will not repeat what he said in large part, but do want to...
Your microphones are off, by the way.
Yep, thank you.
Yours is off.
Thank you.
I have
Good.
As Mr. Schaefer said, this application is for 91 courtyard homes. Now, you may say, what are courtyard homes? These are small ranch-style homes with lawn and landscape maintenance services provided. They would have high values of around 250 to...
Appears they're having trouble hearing you in the back. Is there any way we can turn
Just-
volume up?
Just put the microphone closer to you. Yep, thank you.
They would have high values of around $250 to $260 per square foot. Other locations around central Ohio where we sell these same type of homes would have an average sale price in excess of $550,000. They would be low impact with fewer people per home, less traffic, and almost no children. I think it's important to think about the location of this property. At the northwest corner of Big Walnut Road and State Route 3, State Route 3 is limited access highway. It's behind the Township Police Station. A couple of important points here. The amenities, which would be extensive clubhouse, pool, pickleball court, bocce court, community garden, and walking trails, would be limited to the use of the residents and the guests. The public streets within this neighborhood would include a connection to several landlocked township-owned properties to the north. All of the homes here would have fire sprinklers as part of our commitment in the application. This is a detail that's contemplated by your zoning code, but we believe this would be the first single-family neighborhood with this level of safety and protection. The site would have large setbacks, again, in compliance with your code, 170 feet from both State Route 3 and Big Walnut Road. The other sides would be either 50 or 100 feet, again, as required by code. This would allow us to preserve existing trees along every site perimeter, as well as acres of existing trees in the southwest area of the property. Now, throughout this application, there's been a lot of conversation about density. This would have a density of 1.99 or a gross density of 1.63. That density complies with your township zoning resolution. I know some people may not like the code. They may wish the code wasn't the code, but the fact is that this proposed development has a density less than your zoning resolution would allow. If we were just looking at the resolution, it would allow 100 homes to be built here at 2.2 units per acre. I think it's also important to know that EPCON has been building in Genoa Township since the mid-90s. We've got 5 different neighborhoods. This would be less dense than any other EPCON neighborhood within Genoa Township going back about 26 years. And in fact, not only compared to EPCON neighborhoods, but compared to other developments within the township, including most recently the plan that was approved in January at the corner of Big Walnut and Worthington Roads, which was 2.2 units per acre. As your staff mentioned, this plan has received a recommendation of approval from the County Regional Planning Commission at a higher density, 95 dwelling units instead of 91. But the plan before you tonight was recommended for approval by your zoning commission in July. In addition, we have worked with the appropriate experts, including the Delaware County engineer, who has provided 2 letters of approval, which are part of the application, as well as with the Township Fire Department, which has also provided a letter of approval. As staff pointed out, this proposal is consistent with both the comp plan and the zoning resolution. Now you talk about density some more. And I think, what does that mean? What is density? And I think most obviously it's impact. During the 36 years that EPCON has been building homes around central Ohio, we have limited ourselves to ranch-style active adult housing. That has allowed us to know our customers and who will likely live in these homes. As I mentioned earlier, our experience is that there will be very few, if any, school-aged children within this neighborhood, and there will be a lower population per home than a typical suburban single-family neighborhood. Compared to any other feasible development that could occur on this property, the proposed plan will have a lower impact on utilities, schools, and traffic, even if it was single-family at a lower density, as some have suggested. And we can talk about those details, whether it's people or traffic, if you would like to. Now, we also know that there is a huge need for housing in Central Ohio. You can look at the media and see there is a shortage in Central Ohio. In Genoa Township alone, the population is now over 27,000 people, or about 2.5 times what it was as recently as 2000. At the same time, much of that population is aging. Today, over 28% of Genoa Township's population is over age 55. Now, we know not everybody in that over age 55 age group is the same, but we also know, our experience confirms, that many people want single-story living in a smaller home with fewer maintenance obligations like this neighborhood would provide. I know you've received a lot of public comment on this application, both for and against, but some of those have been from people who have aged in Genoa Township. They no longer want or need a large home on a suburban lot, but they want to stay in the township. They want single-story living and exterior maintenance services. Many of those residences don't want to leave the community where they've either lived and established roots or the community where their children and grandchildren live. Now, the township is right to be concerned about the quality of life. In fact, you're obligated to consider that. You have to think about how new development will impact both current and future residents. And I think it's important to make that decision based on facts and the law, not on the emotion associated with change. We have taken steps over the past several months to submit a plan that is compliant with your zoning resolution. It's in keeping with precedent, including, as I mentioned, your approval of the Grove earlier this year. It's sensitive to the existing conditions by following your conservation development standards to preserve existing trees. It will help with current stormwater drainage situations and will provide necessary utility extensions. And it will do all of that on a site that's challenged by its proximity to the limited access highway and existing uses such as the Township Police Department. Now, I'm here to ask for your support for this, and I think it's important to remember if you would agree that there are still additional steps in this process. As staff pointed out, there is a final development plan process. There is also a utility design and approval process, primarily involves the county. So there will be ample opportunity to work on the remaining details to further enhance what we have already committed to as far as landscape buffers and path connections. Now, I'm happy to answer any questions, to respond to any comments, but I'd ask for your support for this plan, which is appropriate, safe, and compliant with your zoning resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to open it up to public comment. As stated in the rules that we had set out at the beginning of the meeting, we'll ask that anyone who is adjacent or close to this property, you have the opportunity to speak first. By no means do you have to go first, so I'll just leave it open, and I just ask that you be respectful and just come up to the podium one at a time. And I would like to remind you that we are only going to let each person speak once, so make it count.
Madam
Yes.
Chairman, I also would just recommend that you ask each individual if they've been sworn in. Occasionally, people will come
Yes.
in after the swearing in. So.
Yes, I don't think too many did because the room was full, but if you weren't sworn in at the beginning of the meeting, when you come up to speak, just let us know and I'll swear you in. With that, if anybody would like to start. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought he was going to say, then he didn't say it. When you come up to the podium, if you would state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Patricia Metzler. I'm at 5241 Worthington Road, about the second house north of Big Walnut and Worthington Road. So I can see the construction going on from my window. One of my main concerns is the wildlife. When the Romanelli and Hughes went in behind me, I noticed a drastic reduction of wildlife. I'm kind of worried about that with this development. There's already fewer fishing spots. We have 2 bodies of water in Delaware County, and I just don't think this is the highest and best use for the land. I'm worried about the pool. My property floods. There's not adequate drainage, ditches for this kind of development. I'm worried about the pool and the noise. We have poor traffic controls. We have no speed bumps. Our mail service is already poor. More taxes means more people, means more schools, means more taxes. I moved here 20-some years ago for the farm-like feeling, and that's starting to diminish. The property right adjacent to mine is zoned a natural preserve, and they're into wildlife too. So I don't get why we have to have all these condos. Essentially, I think that's what they're going to amount to. I think there's just too many homes planned for this parcel. And it disturbs my quiet enjoyment. And like I mentioned, it disturbs the wildlife. And I don't think there's sufficient health and safety services for this kind of development.
Thank you. Next. Anyone?
Good evening.
Hello?
My name is Gabrielle Kerpowitz, and I live at 6895 Merrim Landing in Westerville, which is part of Genoa Township. We live in an Upcon development off of Maxtown Road, and we chose to live there because we were wanting to downsize and wanted the low-maintenance living, but still have a single-family home feeling. Our daughter and her family live in Genoa Township, and we wanted to be close to them so we could help care for her children and as they grow and attend school events and sporting events. We like our community because our neighbors are around us are our age, and we look out for each other. We have many social activities, things like monthly card club, book club, cookouts, and other social gatherings. I told my husband I'm ready to move to that one because they have a pool and a clubhouse and all that good stuff. We attend more social activities now than we ever did in our previous community. We are close to everything like shopping, church, and parks. Homes in our community sell quickly, sometimes before they even go on to the market. I see people driving through looking for homes for sale, and several have stopped to inquire if any were for sale and asked to be called if I heard of anything going on the market. I know my neighbor had her home recently appraised and was appraised for over $100,000 more than they paid for it 5 years ago. So that is proof that the values are going up like the rest of the housing market. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. I'm Katie Hall, Catherine Hall. I live at 4752 Braden Drive. I had the pleasure of moving to this community over 20 years ago when I went to college at Otterbein, studied nursing. I am now a nurse in the community. I met my husband, who him and his family actually have a business in the community as well, supported by everyone here. I moved up, my husband and I chose to live up this way due to the fact of, great school system. At the time we didn't even have children and still wanted to be here. The other reason is we support the EBCON communities. I have, my parents moved in very near to us. I work full-time, just like most people do, and I need childcare. And let's be honest, it's expensive. So luckily, between my parents and my mother-in-law, and they support us, and that way we don't have to send our children into daycares and things like that are way expensive for us. Therefore, if we did that, we'd have to move out of the community. So I am in support of this community. I do appreciate when I go to pick up my kids how clean the community is. I appreciate how well kept everything is. There's more times than not that if I ask my parents to watch my kids on the weekend or a night shift or a nighttime to do something with my husband, they can't because they're actually attending a social event. I appreciate that, these communities are well kept, and every time I drive by, somebody's always out waving to me, saying hi. They've gotten to know my children through this. I don't appreciate when I have to drive up and down Big Walnut and Worthington Road every day, and I see trash out on the streets for some homes. It's very disappointing to me. I live in a community that we have expectations that are set, and if we don't meet them, we get sent a letter and, have to comply. So I am in support of this community, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If it please the board, you've heard from my wife, and I'll just fill in a few things. We had
Sorry.
moved up here to be.
Excuse me, can you
Yes.
name an
Oh, I'm
address
sorry,
still?
Joseph
Yeah.
Karpowitz,
Okay.
6895 Merrim Landing, Westerville, in Genoa Township.
Okay, thank you.
As we had lived in a large, single-family home in the Hilliard area prior to this, and as my wife said, we had decided it was time to downsize. I had gotten tired of doing lawn care and maintenance of the outside and the exterior, and it came time to move. We wanted to move closer to our daughter, and we wanted a place where we could be and have that taken care of, but also to still enjoy single-family home living. And the EBCON product gave us that opportunity. The other part that made the EBCON product so appealing was the courtyard setup of the homes. So you have an outdoor space that's accessible and viewable throughout most of the home, and it allows you to enjoy private outdoor activities You can gather around with friends or family and still have all of the conveniences of your home right there. So the Epcon product was superior to a lot of the other products we looked at. And finally, the community itself, and I can say we've probably had one school-age child. This is the courtyards at Maxtown. There is roughly 40 homes. It is quiet. I can assure anybody that if there was a pool, there wouldn't be excess noise at the pool. We are not the type. In fact, we probably get more noise from adjoining properties than we do from our own. So any concerns anybody may have, the Epcon communities are wonderful for keeping people or bringing people like us to Genoa Township, and I'm sure keeping others in Genoa Township. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Stacy Zanakis, 7170 Big Walnut Road. I guess my major concern is related to groundwater flow. The developments that have gone in recently have all elevated the foundations of their facilities, created runoff, created higher water flow issues into surrounding yards. I recently attended, probably a couple of years ago at this point, related to water issues and how we were going to control these things. The only solution offered was ditch law, which in my opinion is after the fact and something that is being placed upon the residents that are currently here. It would be nice to have those plans considered during development, making sure that these storm sewer systems are in place to handle such things and not placing the costs on residents that have been living here and are having water from the different developments that have come in, again, being raised, taking that surface area and moving it onto adjacent properties. Adequate storm sewer seems misplaced. I don't think there's a consideration for the erratic weather events that we've had and how those events can, or the sewer system that is in place, if any, on Big Walnut could handle additional development like this. Just think if you're going to be doing something, needing to consider those things in any plans moving forward, not just something like this, but something to, lots of residents who attended those meetings, very disconcerted about how they would deal with such a thing, asking Soil and Water, how do we deal with such a thing? And I understand the role of Soil and Water and what they have to do. They're not in a place or position to deny those kind of developments, just provide input. So if there was some other mechanism to make sure that there was this consideration for the residents that are here for those type of things, it'd be much appreciated.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Doug Wade, 5059 Nyack Court. I'm here to point out something that's been bothering me, and I believe that we're sort of witnessing an attempted theft here. I believe that these folks are trying to steal from these homeowners out here, and how I make that argument is the homeowners have spent a lot of time, effort, money building their community. We have a certain character, a certain feel of it here. And it's a valuable feel. People do want to live here. They understand people want to live here. They understand the value of this property here. They're going to sell these guys like that. But the problem is, by doing that, they're diluting the value of the area. They're diluting the value and character of these folks' homes. And yes, there's a money grab here, and they're getting it, and they're going to run, and they're going to disappear in 5 years or whatever it is to take this thing. But these homeowners are going to be stuck with this Titanic sitting next to their neighborhood. And in my opinion, they will have been stolen from by big business. And the other arguments of water and safety are obvious, and they're sufficient to knock this train off its rails. But I just think the money aspect of all of this should hit home with the three of you. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Orsini Trapasso. I live at 6874 Big Walnut Road. I would kind of like to piggyback a little bit off of the First Lady who spoke about the wildlife. That's also a concern. When the police station went in, which we needed, I know, it displaced a whole family of wild turkey. And I know that sounds kind of crazy, but we used to enjoy seeing them walk across our backyard. You know, we're seeing less and less deer because of all of the development that's going along. And I don't think anybody is arguing the fact that EPCON has a good concept. Because I'm sure, I mean, they do. But we're talking also, not just the displaced wildlife, we're talking we have a 2-lane road that potentially 91 plus cars are going to be now going in and out of. While construction's going on, we're talking about 18 months per phase. That's 3 years of construction going in, you know, construction trucks and whatnot going in and out of one entrance. And I understand the approval for that one entrance and exit because of the sprinkler system, but the sprinkler system is great for fires. It doesn't account for an accident right there when somebody's trying to hurry up and get out of that intersection and somebody's flying down Big Walnut Road and there's a big, huge accident right there. And somebody in the far back of that complex is going to have a heart attack. And how are those medics going to get there because there is a huge accident going on and you can't get in or out of that complex? You know, and also you're tying up Big Walnut Road. So, I mean, it's just going to be a huge cluster mess if that goes in just traffic-wise. You know, my husband and I moved here from the Hilliard area as well in 2015 to have that country feeling, being 5 minutes from everything you need, but then you come here and you have the nice open area, you have wooded area, and that is all going away. And that's not what I thought, and when we moved here, what Genoa Township was all about. I mean, it's about, you know, keeping things as beautiful as they are, and not destroying every piece of land just to put up, you know, 50, 90, whatever, tiny homes to make money, you know? And again, like this gentleman said, devaluing everybody else's home because there's just going to be so much going on and it's not feasible where it is. Big Walnut Road is 2 lanes. We already have enough trouble getting in and out of our driveway. I mean, mine's right across from this place, so I have enough trouble getting in and out of my driveway. And there's times I even have to wait for people to back out of my driveway because they're turning around. You know, I mean, it's just something that I don't think fits right now for the zoning to be changed from rural residential to residential just to bring this in. I just don't think that's feasible. That's all. Thank you.
Ken Armbrust. I live at 7060 Big Walnut Road. The whole thing comes down to rural residential, you know, versus the planned development residents. They did a great job. They've met all the requirements to meet the planned development district for the planned community, but the whole issue is rural residential. And I really feel that the residents of Genoa Township, that's the whole point, is rural residential. We like the rural feel. We don't like the compact, the tight area. We like country living. That's why we live here. We like trash cans in front of our houses and then come by and pick it up. We like deer running in our backyard eating all our plants. You know what I mean? It's residential, and it requires a certain amount of sacrifice to have rural residential. It means higher taxes. We're gonna have to pay higher taxes a lot of times. Yeah, we bring in planned community. Yeah, we can, it's an argument to lower taxes for everybody. We share the burden. But the fact is, the people living here like the country feel. This has been a battle going on in Genoa Township ever since I've been here for 22 years. We like rural country feel. And land is becoming more expensive and becoming more premium at anything. And so you can see how these areas that once real rural are starting to shrink and disappear. And it's bothering a lot of people who live here in Genoa Township. I can see the convenience of having a place where you have a community, but that's not in Genoa Township. We desire to have it rural. And I think that's our big concern, is that we don't have anything against these communities. We just don't want them in Genoa Township. That's just it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Hansen. I live at 5866 Highland Hills Drive, and I wanted to express my support for this project for a few reasons. First, in the time that I've lived in Highland Lakes, I can think of a number of good neighbors that I've lost because they have a need for this type of product and have had to go find it in places like Orange Township, Sunbury, or Westerville, and I think that's a shame. So I believe that there is a big need for something like this in our township. Also, the type of buyers that it tends to attract, it's a financial windfall for the school district. So selfishly, I have 2 school-age children, and I think that this will be a big benefit to them. And the housing prices that they sell at is going to be a net benefit to all of us who live here in the township.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Dennis Queen, 6838 Big Walnut Road. Our property is also across the street from this development, and we have trouble getting in and out of our driveway certain times of day because of traffic backing up and whatnot. Now, they want to put this in, and their road comes right out in front of my driveway. So on top of me have to put up with the traffic going east and west on Big Walnut, I'm gonna have several hundred cars a day going in and out of here that I'm gonna have to deal with. So that's gonna make it a lot harder to get in and out. And then at night, these cars turning out, their headlights are gonna go right along our house. So you're gonna have lights flashing in and out of our house. So it's just something I can't support. I think it'll devalue my house in the long run, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Keith Walker, 5499 Lake Shore Avenue. Just real quick, I don't know if I got the math right, but it sounded like based on the square footage of these houses and the price per square foot, they were far below what they said the average prices were going to be. And I wanted to pose that as a question because it sounded like I had $260 per square foot, and these houses are between 1,000 and 1,400 square feet. I consider that extremely small. If we're going to grow our community, we want to do it the right way. Very concerned about value. When I add that up, that's $270,000 to, I don't know, $300,000 per home, and they're very close together. So the density is a very big concern. The safety is a big concern on coming out, the impact to people on Big Walnut Road, accidents, traffic, all the things that have been said. Just wanted to state that I'm very concerned as a citizen, but I'm also concerned because the math didn't make sense to me. So if someone could answer that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Davis, 5200 Tasik Street. And I do have to say, for all of you who are for these condos, I hope you appreciate all the people like our family who bought a 2.5-acre lot 30 years ago and are taking care of our 2.5-acre lot, and you're driving by it and appreciating the grass. And there's many people in this room who also have 2.5-acre lots, and Genoa is supposed to be a place where you can see a lot of green grass. But the reason I'm worried about is I actually, honestly, do not think it is safe. I don't think it's safe to have one exit point for 90 condos. And I know there's a lot of reasons they have one exit, but I don't think that that makes it appropriate. And I don't think sprinklers make it safe. If there's any EMS emergency at the entrance to this development, then all the people inside are stuck. And like the other woman said, if there was a heart attack inside the development, it would be very hard to get there with the 4 or 5 EMS vehicles that usually attend a severe accident. And this happens to be beside the police station, which actually makes it worse, because if you had somebody exiting this development, trying to turn left, and this is a 55 and over development, I'm not being prejudiced, but I have relatives who are in their 90s, and if they were to drive and try to turn left, they would be taking their time. And it's very likely that somebody could have an accident at that entrance. The police would also be blocked from quickly turning right and getting to the elementary school that's down the hill on Big Walnut. It's just not safe to have one exit for 90 homes. And I'm also very concerned for the area as far as the water table goes. I really would like to ask the trustees to consider doing a water table study, because we've gone through this with every development when we're talking about density. We have a very big water problem in Genoa, and I'm off of Big Walnut on Tussock. Our basement has been flooded 4 times, 2 inches, 2 inches, 4 inches, and we just have water flowing downhill in Genoa Township, and it's a huge problem. And they might say that this development is 1.65, but if you look at that big circle up there, that area is not 1.65. That is solid cement there. And that's gonna mean that rainwater is not slowed down by any large amount of grass and trees. There's going to be a large amount of cement and asphalt in that circular area up there. And water is a very big problem. And so I guess those are my 2 main issues, are safety and water. And I just don't think it's appropriate to jeopardize people in those ways.
Thank you.
Annette McMurray, 3690 Worthington Road. I don't live very far from where this development is planned to be built. And I drive that 3C and Big Walnut corridor on a regular basis. And one thing that I notice is that there's often standing water on 3. I also notice that there's often standing water in the field where they're looking to develop. We've heard a lot of people talk about raising the land and then the runoff that occurs. The last, I think, 3 years, our yard is probably flooded at least 2 to 3 times per summer and spring. We never had that when we first moved in here. I've been a resident of Genoa Township since I was 11 years old, so I've seen the changes. And people are not opposed to changes. We're not opposed to development. We are opposed to irresponsible development. Bottom line, this is irresponsible. It's unsafe. It creates hazard with traffic and water. It will impact our infrastructure. You know, somebody talked about the tax win for the schools. Yeah, after about 5 years of this development being completed, it'll impact our schools in a positive way, but that's a long time. And that's a lot of additional people in a very, very small area. And I think about trying to get out onto Worthington Road since I moved here. Big Walnut, you add this in, it's gonna be nearly impossible. And traffic backs up already as it is at that light. So imagine now people trying to get in and out. I feel terrible for the gentleman that lives across from this. I mean, what a horrible thing to put near people that don't want it. We don't want this here. Bottom line, irresponsible, we don't want it. Please take it somewhere else, not Genoa Township. We want to keep this a great place to live. We love our community. That's why we come out, over 100 of us here tonight, to stand up against developers like this. Thank you.
Jean Bolin, 5058 Naya Court. I'm going to reference a letter that I sent to the trustees in July of 7th of this year, where the applicant is proposing 2,200 square foot homes with 500 square foot garages and 200 square foot patios for 2,900 square foot of current drainable land being removed from the environment, and that land can no longer be absorb the groundwater and into the water table. And the soil on that property is Bennington and Puama, which is classified as wet with slow permeability, having shallow depth to the bedrock and steep slopes. There already is standing water that sits in that field. And now you're gonna take all of this area and make it concrete and take even more ground away that can absorb water into the table. As part of the application, the applicant is required to provide a site analysis. And the site analysis is required to provide provisions for sanitary sewer, storm drainage, natural drainage ways, and the floodplains, as well as many other things. When requested for the storm drainage and natural drainage plans, the applicant references this site plan that shows ponds and then water going to a natural drainage way, which runs from on the north side of Walnut Grove. At the last zoning committee meeting, one of the commissioners specifically asked the applicant to please provide a stormwater study. After a little discussion back and forth and the commissioner asking again, the applicant politely declined doing that study and said that that would be done at the final phase. I think it's only be responsible before this gets approved that that study be done. And the trustees here could ask for that study now to be completed prior to the approval of this. On July 6th, 3.7 inches of rain came in one day in 24 hours. That's 660,000 gallons of water in one day. The week before the last zoning committee meeting was 6 inches of rain that week, over 1 million gallons of water in 1 week. The retention ponds that are here will have a natural pool level. They cannot be assumed to be able to absorb all of that. Because this is Ohio and not Arizona, there's water in that basin already, and they can only absorb so much. And the rest of the water is gonna go downstream. And that's Walnut Grove and all the rest of the neighborhoods downstream. Second point, I know there's been a lot of emotion around density. And I think what people need to understand, and I'd like the applicant to understand, is yes, the math may work out to 1.99. But when you take all of the setbacks away, when you take away the retention ponds, when you take away the wetlands, the 170 feet from Big Walnut Road, the 170 feet from State Route 3, and you end up with what you're using in this site for buildable land, that density is not 1.99. That is over 3. My calculation is 3.39. And that is the feel that this community is going to give. The math may say 1.99 because there's a whole bunch of trees in the southeast corner. But that's not what the density feel is going to be in that community. Also talking about safety. The traffic study was done assuming 91 homes because that's what this site plan is and that's what this proposal's for. But as has been discussed, and the applicant is actually proposing and in favor of, is that this links up to township land that is north of here. Well, if that's going to be a park, or if that's going to be whatever, that's more cars. More people going in and out of this one entrance area at that one intersection, and it's more than the 91 homes. It's more than the 900 cars that was in the traffic study every day, or excuse me, every week. So that needs to be considered because that was not considered in the traffic study. I'm not opposed to development. I'm not naive to think that this is not going to be developed someday. I think one of our issues is, as a township, we don't have a minimum lot size for a planned residential development. If we had a minimum lot size, these lot sizes probably would not meet that qualification, but we don't have that. So the applicant put forth a plan. It meets what's currently in our regulations, but not the spirit and the intent of what's in our comprehensive plan. And the last thing, I have a question. And this was brought up by Mr. Schaefer earlier, and I want a clarification. I heard it stated that the former Berlin property, now the Berlin property is adjacent to this. I would like to know if there been a residential or a land transfer transaction that's happened. Has that land been sold? If it has been sold, who's it been sold to? And is it of public record? And so I'd like that answered. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Chuck Janke. I'm at 6762 Mahogany Drive. You know, Walnut Grove Estates is a unique place. We have unique homes in there, all well-maintained, okay, unique architecture. What we're going to permit next door to us is a cookie-cutter project. We don't need a cookie-cutter project. When we moved into this neighborhood, we looked at the situation and the way it was developing. And it was said at the last zoning meeting that, well, we weren't guaranteed anything. He's wrong. That member was wrong. We were guaranteed by the zoning rules that were in place and the character of the neighborhood that was being developed. And we expected that to continue. Our good developers here said they're going to be good neighbors. Hey, when they're finished with that last home, they're gone. We won't see them anymore. They're not going to be neighbors. Who are we going to go to? Once that's developed, that's a long-term development. That thing's going to be there forever. It's not that we're going to be able to take that down and change it to the character of the neighbor we have now. We're stuck with a cookie-cutter project. With that, I put this in the hands of the trustees and ask you to consider what we have invested in our development, in our homes, in our properties, in our families, and don't let us down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Ryan O'Halloran, 5580 Shiloh Spring Drive. I've sent some written comments into the trustees already, so I'll paraphrase and I won't go through all of those. But I think this comes down to essentially a decision on property rights. You have one owner here that is asserting their right to build apparently 91 condos on their property, and the trustees have to weigh that against the rights of everybody else around this. In this particular case, as presently zoned, the property owner would have rights and probably somewhere between maybe 30 and maybe maximum 60 units. I'm also not naive to think that there's no development ever at this site. There's probably some development, but the only type of development that we should even be considering is responsible development. Responsible development is not anywhere close to 91 units. The only thing that 91 units entails is greed and negligence. Negligence in terms of safety. This property owner, if granted this ability here, is depriving the rest of us of rights to our property, the rights of safety, the rights of being able to get onto Big Walnut Road and transit the area. So why should we even consider this? You've got the rights of many in Genoa Township that are being trounced upon by one individual, one entity here, and that's just not right. If you look at emergency services and the right to emergency services to all of us, including, as mentioned earlier, Walnut Creek Elementary School and any of the adjacent neighborhoods like mine, if you have an accident, and you will have an accident here from someone making a left turn, it will double or triple the amount of transit time required for emergency services to go the long way around to get to us. That's unacceptable. We shouldn't even be considering this. And that's not even considering the rights of the people that would potentially live in this development and when they can't get access to emergency services because of an accident or a landscaper or some other entity blocking the single access road. In my opinion, and as previously shared with the trustees, the only way anything more than approximately 30 units should even be considered here is if there's a secondary access road. Common sense, by somebody who wrote the code many years ago, thought of this. The developer is claiming an exception and a caveat and something that was carved out. They're trying to contort it to their benefit. But again, they're depriving people of rights. They're depriving the rest of us of our rights to use our property. They're depriving people that may live there of the right to safety. Again, I don't see what sense this makes. So the developers had the opportunity through numerous of these public comment sessions to respond, and I think has even been asked to reduce. Why not put 30 units here? But the developers flatly refused. They wouldn't even consider it. And the only answer to that is greed. So to the developer, and honestly, you all should be ashamed of yourselves. Why are you doing this? This isn't wanted here. You might have a great
I'd ask
property.
you to be respectful, please. It was one
Okay.
of the rules, but thank you.
You may have a great product, but there's no need for 91 units here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Alan Yawner, 7698 Talavera. So I'm not going to piggyback on what everyone's saying here about safety. I think you've heard a lot of that. Everything about the high density and everything, but I'm more so concerned about traffic. Right now, today, I sat at 3 traffic cycles trying to take my daughter to daycare because I can't turn left to go south on Route 3 given the traffic that's going on now. If you add all these houses in, it's only going to get worse. I would probably just be better off riding my bike with my daughter on my back to get to daycare. Also, they were talking about how this is going to increase our house value. Our houses are not going to be comparable to these houses. I don't have a single-story, small little condo house that's got no maintenance. This is not going to change the value of my house at all. I have a neighborhood going in down the street from me. They're putting in 2-story houses that are similar to mine, and it didn't change the value of my house at all. So if we're going to talk facts, that's the facts. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Mike Keller, live at 6788 Fleur Drive. A few comments about this proposal. I believe there are serious issues with the proposal. As you know, Area 5 has a maximum allowed density, which we've talked about, 2.2 homes per acre. However, because every situation in the town, and I know the trustees know this proposal, they're all a little different. There can be factors that affect the densities. In a perfect world, 2.2 could be possible. However, this proposal is far from perfect. We have factors such as the lay of the land, safety of residents, and financial hardships on nearby residential property values, which I know this has been talked about in the other meetings, and I think that's terrible that that would have to happen to the very valuable homes right next to this. Property values, while Mr. Rhodes will he'll claim that his price per square foot is about equal, he's not really comparing the inequity between these homes. You have small homes, maybe 1,900 square feet, I don't know, valued at somewhere around $450,000 by their own ads on social media and everywhere. They start from high threes to fours, probably 450. You're going to put those, and they're basically only a few feet apart, which aesthetically is so much different from the homes that are in the next community backed up to them. Some of these homes are only going to be 50 feet from the Nia Court homes. The homes in the Walnut Grove, they're going to be 750, 900,000. There's no comparison here on the values. All that's going to do is hurt the value of those homes, and I think has to be one of the most important things. So if you're affecting, like this gentleman said, the residents in the community, the homes right next door. I mean, they're going to take a big hit on this. It's not fair to the residents of Walnut Grove, and like I say, he has some of them that are only 50 feet away. We asked in one of the zoning meetings if he could even move those. He refused to do it. Number two, people talked about traffic. Big Walnut Road is currently a mess. Residents can tell you, and they have tonight, the difficulty is just trying to leave their driveways under current conditions. I know they've done a traffic study. Mr. Rose will tell you they've displayed that they've done a traffic study, and I know the engineer at Delaware has accepted that. But with 91 homes, as the lady, I think, said this before me, there's going to be probably 900 estimated to 1,000 cars per week going in and out of this one drive. Kind of skipping around here on my information. And it doesn't even factor the vehicles that will be coming in, delivery vehicles, guests to visit their friends and family here. I just can't imagine adding that much more traffic to Big Walnut Road. Number three, I know it's been discussed, stormwater. Probably one of the worst attributes of this site is the low elevation compared to the surrounding land. Residents from Nia Court have complained in the past meetings of water standing in their yards, not even necessarily after the rainstorm, just standing there, and flooding when it does rain. The plan for you shows engineering can handle the water that falls on his immediate property, which he has to do, or they have to do that. They have to engineer that to work that way. I know he's got his engineer here tonight and would attest to that. But the issue here is off-site water. The off-site water that's flowing into this low area here. I actually had some engineering work done on this back in the 70s to build my home, and did quite a bit of research on what's coming into the Villardo property. I went to Delaware County Engineer's Office last week for some information, and it appears that possibly 350 to 400 acres of land is flowing into this property, into this field. We know from the county records there's a 15-inch tile at the north end coming in. There's a ditch line coming from the north, probably up towards even as you just south of the Baptist Church. It's called Rogers Ditch. We have, I actually have a 10-inch tile dumping water in to the west side of the property. There's a 6-inch tile. My tile is draining the south side of Fleur Drive all the way from Worthington Road down to Villardo's. There's another 6-inch tile coming in, dumping into the northern side, and it's taking care of water on Fleur Drive, clear up to Worthington Road. Also, you all probably are aware, there's a Mr. Safaran who owns property next to Fleur, He's the one that has the big homes that probably everyone had seen being built there. Some of them call them big mansions. But anyway, he has cut a ditch line all the way from Worthington Road all the way to the Lardo property. And not only is it taking his 22 acres of water, concentrating it through his ditch line all the way through there, he's actually picking up water as far as Sheffield Estates. Their detention basins are going into that, and property clear up on Jaycox Road, and it's all being concentrated down here. That's why, you know, in some of these rains that we've talked about, you'll see flooding. It looks like a river going through there. I don't think any of this has been accounted for. At Delaware County Engineers, they're not aware of anybody up there from EPCON that has discussed this. I'm sure it's supposed to be done later, but I think that's detrimental to this project just for the fact that they may have to put in another detention basin to take care of all that off-site water that's coming into this low area. And that might even affect how many units they can put in there. It looks like they've got every square inch of ground taken up with the small homes. But I just think that's an important factor that people have talked about. I mean, they're already getting flooded. The storm sewers in Walnut Grove cannot handle that right now. So I don't know what's going to be done with that. Delaware has no plans on that issue. And one of my last issues is one of the most important, is the single access for safety for the amount of density that EPCON has here or is proposing. I also visited Delaware County Regional Planning last week to inquire about their recommendation for the additional access in case of an emergency situation. Even the original plan that had the 2 access points on Big Walnut, they still asked for another access to this. When I asked them, you know, what their concerns were about this, because we know about the sprinkler systems going in for fire, you know, they had told me that there was issues such as EMS, primarily, police, natural disaster, even snow plowing. They said if that anything gets blocked at the front end, nobody can get out of there. And that was their big concern. Now, I looked at the whole records on this. It was up. I never saw anything that was, Mr. Schaefer had mentioned that they had wrote off on all this. There was no mention of that. They were just going by the original agreement about the extra access to this area that they thought was detrimental to it. And the other issue was Mr. Queen that was just up here. I can recall, probably it's been 5-6 years ago, don't hold me to the date, but a storm came through, knocked down a tree on Big Walnut, exactly where their roadway is right now, took electric lines down. Access to Big Walnut was off for probably 3 or 4 or 5 days at least. That would have totally blocked that access. And it did. I mean, obviously it's there, but so those aren't just hypothetical situations. Those are things that can happen. So those are the reasons I would like to request the trustees vote this down as it is tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Norma Kammerer, Retreat at Grand Oak, 5439 Grand Ridge Drive. I moved to the retreat 20 years ago from another condominium development in Montgomery County. And at that time, I was very delighted with the quality of Centex in the home and was very happy that they had that opportunity for us. However, having lived at the retreat at Grand Oak for 20 years, I know that it's not safe. One of the problems we have, any kind of construction, remodeling, people at the mailboxes, 33 mailboxes, 2 different parts of the retreat at Grand Oak, and we do have 2 different entrances and exits. And anytime the fire truck cannot go down our street, the streets are too narrow. They have to either go back out and go around, go down another street, which takes time away from an emergency. We are very well served. I never want to complain about that because I love Genoa Township, but I hate to have our trustees make the same kind of mistake that was made at the retreat at Grand Oak with not enough space, and we only have 66, not 91. So it's really, it's a double-edged sword for me. Love where I live, but I see safety issues. Thank you. I want you to vote no.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eric Crimes, 5118 Blessing Court. I'm not going to try and recap everything. I see consistent themes, but I just want to say, so we're relatively new to this area. My wife and I moved here just a couple years ago, and we moved here because this is a township that is rural, it is beautiful, and we were very excited to get some space, right? So we have lived in various places across the city, but this was the place we were looking for. It is the right mix of beautiful homes, beautiful area, good schools. It checks all those boxes. The concern that we've been seeing over the past couple years is in this area, Big Walnut, and Worthington Road, there's been 3, 4 new developments. These developments have displaced single homes on big properties. They have displaced farm. They have displaced forests, wildlife, etc. And it's taken away from the beauty of the township and the reason why we moved here. None of them, however, have displaced the amount of all of those things as this. This is the antithesis of what Genoa Township is meant to be. This would undermine the very foundation of what the township stands for. And that's the part that bothers me the most. And I feel for the folks that have been here for 20 years and have seen this slowly creeping up. And then to have this poor gentleman have 90+ headlights coming through his living room every night or every week, just I feel for him. I have much empathy for that. Additionally, I think that if you do a quick online search, you'll see that the $550,000 average price, that's a little over what some quick research has shown. Most of them start in the 380s, I think is what the gentleman said. They go up to about 6, but I feel we may not see any of that value as people here in the township. It's definitely not going to make my property go up. The folks on Naya Court, it's not going to make their property value go up. So that is a concern as just a resident, that the people who are already here will be negatively impacted by this development. And then lastly, I wanted to bring to the trustees' attention that about a year and a half ago, EPCON lost a fair housing discrimination lawsuit to the tune of about $2 million for violations of the Fair Housing Act. They have to go back and rework and redesign portions of these developments all over the state of Ohio that, to what was said, were specifically designed for 55 and over, specifically discriminated against people with disabilities and had difficulty getting around. So I just wanted to bring that up. Are these the kind of folks that we want continuing to build homes in our township? Thank you.
Hi, my name's David Parker. I live at 5850 Ridgewood Avenue. And the concern that I have is, I suppose that the trustees have to consider this application in isolation, but for me as a homeowner and a resident, I feel like it's bigger than that. I think that this application, if it's approved, it facilitates the next application or the approval of the next application. And I think that, don't know, I guess I have an opinion that I'm opposed to it, but this gentleman looks like he's done a lot of work, and there might be some favorable aspects to this application. But if it facilitates the next application, that may seem less appealing to me or to other homeowners, and the one that follows that, and the one that follows that. So again, I understand it might not seem fair to this application to consider it as, in terms of what it does strategically to the township, but I think equally it's unfair to us as residents not to consider what approving this application would do, to the, strategically to other applications that might come in the future. So I'd like to ask you to consider that and perhaps not approving. Thanks.
Thank you.
Eric Roderman, 6479 Big Walnut Road. So I've lived in the township for quite a few years. I moved here in 2005 over in Vinmar. That's where my dad has a house. It's great because I was able to buy a house, an affordable house at the time in 2007 on Big Walnut. I love the property, but I've really lucked out. They moved the road away from my house. The road is wider, it's better, it's safer. People used to crash into my front yard all the time. Motorcycles, I found like all kinds of parts of, glasses, everything you can think of. My concern with all this development is a selfish one. When Walnut Grove was built behind me, all the field mice were thrust into my house. And they all went into my shed, and they chewed through all the wiring in it was like a plague. So, there is a cost to us. I support property rights, absolutely. I support commerce, and I'm a capitalist through and through. And I want them to make as much money as they can. No limits. Do what you can do. But I don't like the fact that there is, with this development, impact on my property and my life when, the current development that's being done just south, so it's on the southeast corner of Worthington Road and Big Walnut. The exit of that property, also one entrance, faces more or less my property. It's offset slightly. That's also one community that's being dumped right into the road. It's within, so these two entrances, I looked on Google Maps, I don't know how accurate that is. The two entrances are about a mile apart, and it's all and I'm flanked in the middle. So, or not flanked, I'm in the middle. So, just as an experience, if my current fellow residents haven't noticed, but the development, the previous development that I mentioned, they made a mess of Big Walnut. There were rocks and crap, and I was trying to hang laundry out in my backyard, and it's just like the tidal wave of dirt. And that's fine. There was a farmer there in the past, and that didn't bother me, but it's been continuous. And they did not clean the road. They did not, and this is not something that they've done, but it's my experience that, there is an impact, which, you have to do that stuff to develop a property. But, if you look at for example, the bike path that goes in front of this property, there is no curbs there. And, it's kind of scary when you're exact same plane, you're riding your bike, when, that's not on them. But, that's up to I guess it's the township. But, what happens when you, double, or I don't know the numbers. But it seems like there's going to be a lot more traffic right there. Yeah, lots more people. So again, that's my main concern. I want them to do well for themselves, but I also don't want to be impacted, with things like this dust and dirt that's unnecessary. They could have just cleaned the road after they were finished, and it would have been fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Jean-Sébastien Bernard, 5640 Hughes Road. Galena. I mean, I've spoken here a few times before. I definitely am not in favor of the density. I know that there is something in our zoning code that gives this option to do a planned residential, but that doesn't mean, like, he definitely checks all the boxes, for sure, but does that mean that we have to do this? I don't think so. I think it definitely changes a lot of the character of our township, and I think, yeah, it's more important for the residents who are here now instead of like maybe future residents, in my opinion. I also agree with the water problems of that terrain. There is a lot of standing water in that all the time. And also, I mean, it's been said, like, this kind of came there through the loophole of the sprinkler system. And I know that's in our code, but I mean, imagine this, like, what is it gonna be like in 20 years after these homes are being built? Are people really gonna take care of those sprinkler systems? Who's gonna be responsible for this? I think it's gonna be a mess. I mean, people who smoke in their home are gonna disable this. These houses are gonna go up in flames. I mean, I think it's just irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bill Urgent, 17-year resident, 6774 Mahogany Drive. I've lived in Central Ohio all my life. I think the issue here is one of, you've got a company that wants to progress and do what they do, which is their responsibility is to return profits to their shareholders. Got it, very good. The rest of the people, it sounds like a majority of the people behind me, except people that came out of Epcon residents, are for the quiet life that they live now and the homes that they built. And we built ours 17 years ago and live in Walnut Grove. We're not abutting the property, but we're here and we're aware when the 2005 occurred, when they wanted to put the massive shopping center that was going to go in there, that was cut, and that was a lot to do with access on the 3. A couple comments that were raised that you ought to look into. One is the $500,000 sale price that they say that these homes, each of these homes are going to have at 1,100 square foot, if in fact they're 1,100 square foot. And then I think which would just be a nice clarification point. The other one is, having had a home with a sprinkler system, I can shut it off as soon as somebody walks out the door. I'm not sure what our township requires as to inspections. Residential properties usually aren't required to be inspected. That's commercial property. And that ought to be brought up, because as soon as somebody walks out the door, I'd turn the sprinkler system off, because I don't want to risk the issue of a leakage. Having had one, they're pretty good. They're very safe, but it's also worth a question to the fire department as to who's doing inspections every year that should be done like they are done on commercial property. But I do think the big deal is about the safety factor. I walk across Big Walnut every day of my life, almost, into the other neighborhoods just to do walks, so I probably 350 times a year across there, and walk to the bike path. I think there's serious concerns on the safety for motorists, bicyclists that nobody's mentioned that ride that path, as well as walkers, that it's heavily used, people that do walk, not that use walkers. So I think the biggest concern is all that traffic, and it's probably not just 90 cars, right? You got to do it 90 times per day, 3, 4, any traffic study, depends on who moves in the house. That EBCOM won't determine who moves into what house. You could have lots of children in there, you could have lots of drivers in there. I don't know, there's not going to be a whole lot of street parking, and I would assume they'd give consideration to not permit street parking here, because if it's all 2-car garages, they should be put away. Street parking would be a disaster in there for any kind of vehicle to get around if it's a lot. So it's mostly, my concern is on the safety side, driving back and forth, walking Big Walnut all the time. Right now, it's even with the caution light or the walk light that's there at the crosswalks, you get a lot of motorists. That's the different problem. It's not their problem. You get a lot of motorists who slow down, don't slow down, keep going. Crossing that is a challenge. You threw another 300 cars a day easily coming out of that single development, in addition to the 30-plus homes that are already going in. So it's a matter of safety, and I don't think the single access provides a safety to the residents of Genoa Township that they deserve, and would recommend you all reconsider this clearly a no vote in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Roger Hutchison, 6800 Ingalls Court, Walnut Grove Estates. I don't know that I have anything greatly new to add. I share a lot of the sentiments about opposing this project. I have nothing against EPCON. I've been in their homes, great product. Like a lot of people have said, it's like, it's a good product for the right folks. I know they are meeting the technical, home per acre or whatever. I think you guys need to consider the spirit of the law rather than just the absolute law. I mean, if you just say, well, if you meet it, you're in. I mean, I get that. So I think about that. The safety issue, I think, people have talked about that. The thing that I'm probably really concerned about is the water situation. I feel like a lot of the stuff here we've gotten, people have just said, oh, trust us. We can throw more cars out there. We can throw more water out there. Everybody's just saying, yeah, it'll work. And I guess I'm not sure where we're coming to these conclusions that are corroborated by more than one group that all this works. We know we can throw more traffic out there. You can go to New York City, you can put 1 billion cars out on the road and they'll just keep going. So I think you kind of need to think about, yeah, it can be done, but where is the stopping point? Where do we draw the line? And I know a lot of people want homes in here, and I know we all love the community, we love the property. Everybody wants this. And I know it's hard for you guys to figure out where to draw the line. They built our neighborhood. I love it, but probably somebody opposed it when they put our neighborhood in there. So it's kind of looking at the overall plan of the community and what people have been believed was sort of the spirit of this community and what was said and generally said, and then, this magic number. I don't know where that comes from. I have no idea how that got in there because it seems to be inconsistent with what everybody thinks they've moved here for. So I'd revisit that issue and figure out how that ever snuck in there. I also agree that the density feel, you can throw a bunch of homes in and you got some open space and it makes it seem like meets the test, but it's a very dense type of living. Somebody made that comment. So, but again, the water thing, I am not comfortable that anybody knows this water situation at all. And our yard floods all the time. And we get these 5-inch rains or 4-inch rains. I got a lake back there and it keeps getting worse. I don't know why it's getting worse, but it's hard to believe that this can somehow help it. And I'm not an engineer, I don't know, but how you can just keep throwing water and water and water on top of less and less ground and not have a frickin', Alum Creek Lake over here so we can absorb all this water. But anyway, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's just to add some living color to the water concerns, and stormwater drainage concerns that you've heard this evening. My name's John Lutzy. I live on Nyack Court, 5090 Nyack Court. And I'm going to come at this from a different direction than most before me have. When I found out about this project, and I was one of the few, I guess, that received a letter from the township in mid-March, 2 weeks before the first zoning commission meeting. And I read the letter and I thought it was an April Fool's joke. Okay, so this can't be true. So I jumped in the car and Joe Schaefer was kind enough to sit down with me and help me understand what was going on. But my next step was, I said, okay, before I jumped to any conclusions here, my next step was to print out a copy of the 2019 revised comprehensive plan. Okay? And the thing that impressed me the most about this is, when I looked at it, your three names were on it as an endorsement right on the cover. And then I flipped it over, and guess what? All of the former trustees, or most of them, their names were also on it. I said, okay, this is a serious document. I better understand this document. Not read it, but study it. And I did. I went to school on this document, I read it and reread it, and I felt better because after reading the document, I said, well, you know, really, if you look at this project, it's difficult, if not impossible, to find any justification for this development. You know, Mr. Rhodes seems to, focus on and spend his time talking about trying to, point out that he's meeting the density rules. And I think that that's missing the point. I think, what we're saying is the main things are the plain things, and the plain things are the main things. So what are the main things? And you've heard them tonight. Safety, traffic flow, stormwater management, and the condition of our existing infrastructure. Those are the main things that we have to focus on. And so if you go through this and you say, well, how can this project, how can this development work on this piece of property, which is located at probably the most dangerous intersection in Genoa Township? I don't know of an intersection beside Big Walnut and Route 3 that is any more dangerous. Route 3, you have 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, 2 lanes. Cars are flying through that intersection, trying to beat the light. Big Walnut, more traffic, and it's going to be even more traffic. If this project is approved, my rough math tells me that it will add another 1,000 cars. And I know they have a study that said, no, it's only 500. But that study assumes that 1 car per family, and we don't live in that world anymore. There's, everybody has 2 cars. So it's going to add, 1,000 cars coming out of that one access point. The Romanelli development that's going up at the intersection of Worthington and Big Walnut. More cars coming through there. And as Worthington is finished, they've been working on it forever now, you're going to have more cars feeding up Worthington, okay, to get east. So Big Walnut is an issue, it really is, as far as the future development of that road. But that is a busy intersection. And when I look at this document and carefully study it and read it, it points out in the second page of the document, these are the guidelines. These are the guidelines that the trustees have agreed to. And I'm impressed because a lot of work went into this. A lot of thought went into this. Number 1, would the proposed development be compatible with the density pattern of the surrounding area? The answer to that is obviously no. Walnut Grove is right next door. Our density is a lot lower than that. Would the proposed development adversely impact traffic flow? No question. No question about that, with the added cars coming through that intersection. Would the proposed development provide sufficient and appropriate located traffic access points? No, they got 1 access point. 91 homes, 1 access point. Walnut Grove has 72 homes. We have 2 access points. Would the proposed development be a deterrent to the improvement or development of adjacent properties? This is going to have a negative effect on Walnut Grove. There's no question about it. This pictures will tell you what we live with today. That water is, anytime we get an inch and a half of rain, that's what happens in our backyard. Then, it even goes on, and it's even more specific. I mean, language in here like, the safe passage of pedestrians from one side of State Route 3 to the other remains a significant concern. Not a concern, a significant concern. Any significant development abutting State Route 3 or the Genoa Trail, that's that wonderful trail we have from Sunbury down to Columbus, will be evaluated for the inclusion of pedestrian crossings between the east and west side of State Route 3. If you think those buttons on the control of the traffic lights, if you think that is an adequate pedestrian crossing, it's not. That may work in downtown Westerville where the speed limit is 25 miles an hour and traffic crawls through there. But if cars are flying through that intersection. Then in the traffic artery and access section of this document, this is very important. Development requests must be supported by existing, not future, existing infrastructure. Big Walnut's not wide enough. That road's gonna have to be widened. Okay, the stormwater system that they wanna tap into, Walnut Groves, we're over capacity right now. They need their own watershed plan. Now, the other point here, and it's a very important one, this development is almost like putting the cart before the horse. See, the existing water issue on the Vaccaro property, that has to be dealt with first. You gotta deal with that first before you even think about this one. There's 400 acres of shale north of this development. That water just all flows up and ends up on the Vaccaro property. That's why we have those issues. The infrastructure also lacks an emergency road. I read the comments from Delaware County to their proposal. The comments clearly indicated you must have an emergency access road. They don't have one. You can't find an emergency access point. In your document, which I consider to be the Constitution, by the way, this is what it says about access. Planned developments must also provide adequate police, EMS, and maintenance access, including sizing to permit the safe passage and effective operation of equipment and additional emergency access if a single access should become blocked or impassable. Now, there is a high probability, because where we live in central Ohio, windstorms, and maybe even a tornado even now and then, closing that access point, that one access point. There's no emergency way to get in there. I guess the police have four-wheel drive vehicles. They can drive through the field or something. I guess they can get back there. But that's a big concern. There is no emergency access point. And Delaware County is saying you must have one. This Constitution right here says you must have one. And by the way, it doesn't count as an access point. It's above, it's a separate. So when you study this document, you begin to wonder, what was the developer thinking when they brought this project forward? Did they not read this? Did they not absorb this? Did they not study this document? They had to. But before you can put a project together, a proposal together, that's what you have to do. And I'm not talking from hearsay. I mean, in my background, I've been a member of the managing board and chairman of the Architectural Review Board for two major communities, Governor's Club in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, 1,000 homes, Ironwood in Palm Springs, California, 640 homes. And a project like this for a subdivision within our community would have never, based on our Constitution back in North Carolina and out in California, would have never gotten off the ground. So you begin to wonder the fatal flaws that are in this proposal. Why weren't they looked at earlier? Now, in the intro tonight, did you hear anything that addressed the main fatal flaws? Safety, traffic flow, stormwater issues, and the condition of the existing infrastructure. Did you hear anything as to how they're going to solve that problem? And they've been working on this probably for a year. We got it in March, but I'm sure a lot of time went into it before that. So over that time period, they've made zero progress in trying to find a second access road, zero progress in trying to find an emergency road, zero progress in trying to deal with the existing water condition on that property. The gentleman before me, I think he's absolutely right. I think you're going to have to put clearly a basin, a large basin, north of that property to catch all of the water that's coming from the north. You have to do that before you even break ground here, before you even clear this off. Now, I live right behind that water basin that you see on that map. And I've probably walked that cornfield 15, 20 times in the last 5 months. And I can tell you right now, that water basin on the west side of the property has to be doubled in size, and it has to be 4 to 6 feet deeper than what they're proposing. And I'm not speaking from, sort of, my gut feel. Again, having been chairman of an ARB board and the North Carolina Chapel Hill Governor's Club, water was our main issue. That was our drainage was our main issue, how to deal with the stormwater. And I can tell you that basin is not large enough, it's undersized, and it's not deep enough. It has to be deeper. But again, the main things, okay, that we have to focus on, that you have to focus on in reaching a decision here, you got to focus on A, safety. Does this pass muster as far as our safety requirements? Traffic flow. Does this pass our criteria as far as traffic flow? The stormwater management plan, which Delaware County doesn't have yet, is it going to work? More importantly, the existing infrastructure. Is the township willing to widen Big Walnut? I talked to Ohio Department of Transportation, and what they told me is that they have no plans to widen State Route 3 until 2040. Okay, 2040. So that's going to remain a 2-lane, 55-mile-an-hour, everybody's trying to beat the light kind of a thing. I use this trail a lot. This is a wonderful feature that we have in Genoa Township. It's incredible. I mean, most communities don't have anything like this. And what this project has the potential to do is to cut off our access. People are no longer going to be willing to walk through 2 intersections. The access point for this development and then the dangerous intersection of State Route 3 and Big Walnut. Most afternoons, I'll go out around 3, 4 o'clock. And on Friday and today, I go out and I run whatever I do. There's a dozen elementary school kids. I mean, they must be 10 to 12 years old. I suspect one of the schools here, one of the elementary schools has a cross-country team or something. And they're just lined up, okay? They're lined up, trying to beat the traffic. They're gonna, they pushed a button, and some of them are waiting for the walk sign. Some are just gonna shoot across the road. But that's the reality of that intersection. And again, it's not that, those of us who live in Walnut Cove, it's not that, we were immediately against this thing. In fact, I reached out to EPCON. I called him up. I said, let's meet, let's talk. Maybe we can help you. Maybe we can give you our views and our concerns. And I thought, I had based on my background, I thought I had an awful lot to offer. And it was free. I wasn't going to, I wasn't looking for a consulting job or anything like that. I was just saying, I'll give you the benefit of my background. So we had a meeting, and they listened, but they didn't hear us. We outlined some things that we thought should be done. Got a quick no. Then even before, I think it was before the July zoning board meeting, I placed another call. I said, are you sure you don't want to work with us? Are you sure you don't want to talk with us? And the answer was, well, we know what you want, and that's a non-starter. See, what we in Walnut Grove, and me personally, what we were striving for is this. We wanted a win-win-win situation. A win for the residents of Genoa Township. A win, okay, for the surrounding, the residents of the surrounding communities. And a win for EPCON. And what are we faced with right now? What are we looking at right now? This is a lose-lose-win proposition. A lose for the township, okay, a lose, okay, for the residents in the adjoining, abutting developments, and a win a win for Ipcon. So I don't think it's any more complicated than that. You know, I mean, people have talked about real estate values. I actually pushed the numbers, okay? I heard comments like, you know, well, real estate values aren't going to be any different than Walnut Grove and whatever. So I looked at their closest development, which is their development on Maxtown Road, okay? Their development on Maxtown Road. So I looked at the same 3-year period versus the sales of their properties during that 3-year period, and I intentionally picked out Naya Court. Why Naya Court? Because it has the smallest homes. I wanted to be fair. The average price, the average selling price of the homes in their development on Maxtown, $414,000. Naya Court, $714,000. That's a 70% spread. So there is going to be an impact on real estate values, no question about that.
Yeah.
I think I've given you all I have, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I want to thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. And personally, I'll be praying for you guys to make the right decision, okay?
Anyone else? Yep, go ahead.
Mark Stelzer, 7731 Big Walnut Road. A question I would have, if this was approved at this entrance on Big Walnut, is there a proposal by the developer or by the township that turn lanes would be required? And if so, at whose cost? I certainly hope it's not the township residents' cost. Also, I still have concerns about the traffic. I know they say there was a traffic study done. I could not find it in the exhibits. And I'm not sure how these studies are done. They used to put strips across the road that have counters. I don't know if they do that still. You know, electronic counters, not somebody standing there counting cars go by. Or now if it's done through some computer-generated program based on who knows what. My question would be, when was the study done? Was it done during COVID when nobody was driving? You know, you had 3 cars go down the road. Yeah, and then you look at this you look at this one way in, one way out. We're talking about how many cars go in and out a day. Well, just think of the fact, you know, you're probably going to have Amazon and UPS and FedEx going in and out of there 25 times a day, let alone, you know, Grubhub and who knows what else. So, yeah, that's just, you know, additional traffic. Also, I think, I would certainly hope that, you know, I know there's this big thing about, you know, all these homes are going to be sprinklered and all this and that. I'm really interested to know what Delco has to say about residential sprinklers. You know, sprinkler systems typically in commercial boating, they're separated from the domestic water. They have a backflow preventer that prevents the nasty stagnant sprinkler water from getting back into the potable water system. I would assume a backflow preventer is required on residential. In commercial work, those backflow preventers have to be inspected by a certified person every year. My question would be, who's going to do that? You know, if it's left up to the residents' responsibility. And again, remember, sprinklers save structures. They don't save lives, and particularly, you know, hopefully the smoke detectors get people out of the house. But as we all know, people don't always have their smoke detectors working, and I would guess that sprinkler systems won't always be working. So I would just, again, I'm a little disappointed that the fire department especially has said this is fine, especially with the access. I think that's a big concern. And along with just, you know, the horrible amount of traffic that's on Big Walnut trying to make, you know, left turns either east or west onto Route 3 almost at any time during the day. you know, we have turn lanes, but we don't have turn lights. You know, they did, when they fixed Plum Road at Route 3, they at least, they put turn lanes in and turn lights. Then we got near the traffic that goes across Big Walnut, across Route 3 at Big Walnut. I don't know why, you know, I'm sure that's an ODOT thing. Maybe that, you know, we need to address of getting turn lights. That might help things a little bit. But I just hope you make the right decision. Township residents have said many times we don't want high-density development. And I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Drew Berlin, I live at 6870 Fleur Drive. I butt up to the west side along with the Nye Court people. I have about 1,000 feet that is contiguous to that property line. Man, I'm overwhelmed. I didn't know what to expect here. These comments are so extreme and negative. I would ask you to not bore because I don't want to bore this group behind me who 90% of them, I think probably 25 of them are against it for a lot of crazy reasons, and there's maybe 2 or 3 people that are for it. I would just ask, Joel Rhodes summed it up very well in his presentation. I think if you go back and you re-listen to that and you listen to the 3 hours of comments here, I'm going to trust that the trustees can make the proper decision. It meets, in my opinion, it meets the code. If you go to these extremes, it sounds like the Velardos own a soybean field for the rest of their life, and there will be no more developments that have anything that would be considered empty nester housing, and that we will be looking at giant fields and million-dollar homes and no retirement centers and no Starbucks. There would just be no other kinds of developments. I think these comments are extreme, and I would hope that you would take a good look at what's going on. Let's see, let me start here. You know, there's a lot of negative energy related to this project tonight. I can assure you, every person that is critical here tonight, there are just as many people who are supportive. It's just not human nature to show up with compliments and positive energy. You know, those people aren't here. They will never be here because they don't come to these meetings. But it's easy to be here and be negative. I think you've got to respect the code. You've got to respect the code. There's been some excellent comments. What's interesting about some of these comments is a lot of these things are fixable. Storm's been brought up 5 times, 6 times tonight. You know where the storm goes right now? It's on my property, okay? I know Delaware County Regional Planning. I know the engineers over there. I'm a developer, and I've talked to them just like my neighbor, Mike Keller, who I know very well and like. And I don't know if I'll like him after tonight, but no, I'm just kidding. Where is he? Is he there? No, he went home. But great guy. But he mentioned storm. This other gentleman behind me who was so eloquently informative about a lot of things. Some of them I agreed on, some of them I didn't at all. He brought up storm. Storm's solvable. It's solvable, okay? It's simple as that, okay? You can't shut down development in our township based on wildlife, storm, and the fact that somebody moved here and wanted to live next to a soybean field. I mean, the cat's out of the bag, man. I mean, we've got a great community, and thank God for profit. I've heard Joel get criticized for making money. I mean, my God, if all of us did make money, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't blessed to be living in Genoa Township. I just think that some of these comments are a little off base. I have a lot of respect for all my neighbors, but you know, one thing that concerns me, Mark, Connie, and Renee, is what happens in the future here, okay? To be brutally honest with you, would I like that to end up be a soybean field for the rest of my life? Heck yeah, that'd be great. You know, I wouldn't have to worry about a thing. I could go back there and walk it like the next guy does. But that's not realistic, okay? Velardos have a right to develop their property. Epcon has a right to buy it. Epcon has a right to follow code. And out of respect for the code and out of respect that we have buildings here that are here to consider development, you know, we've got to look at this thing, and something's going to happen there. So, but based on tonight, it's like maybe nothing's going to happen there. So my point is, something's going to happen there, and this isn't a bad alternative to a school, an assembly building, something that's got 25-foot-high pole lights that are shining down on the Nia Court people, a sea of asphalt. Nia Court is pretty concerned, but quite frankly, the bulk of the high-density development is away from them. They have some common area. It could be a lot worse. That could be a tract home builder who's got houses really tight, the retention pond somewhere else, and all those people on Nia Court, including myself, could be looking at 2-story vinyl siding houses with 3-tab shingles on them. Nothing wrong with that. That's probably, you know, what some people, you know, is in their price range. Nothing wrong with that at all. But those are some of the most gorgeous homes in our community in Walnut. I'm overwhelmed, so I forgot the name of the subdivision. It's Walnut Grove, correct? Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, fantastic, great community. But I think you ought to take a hard look at what the alternatives might be, okay? All the comments about the utilities, I think you have to discount them and let the system work, okay? I really think you do. Traffic, boy, is that all across the board. I understand there's a traffic study and it was acceptable. I didn't read it. I depend on when I ask somebody, that's what they tell me. But I will take my chance on traffic. I drive the same streets as everybody else. I understand the traffic study was acceptable. Anyway, these buyers don't get up and go to work during rush hour. They don't have 2 teenage kids with cars in the driveways coming back and forth from the bars at 1 a.m. like my kids did. They don't have them taking trips to the work and the pool and in and out all day. In the winter, I think a lot of these people that own these are probably in Florida and Arizona. I think you have to consider, and I'd be real interested in, and I don't want to be arrogant to assume that I think I know something about traffic, but I'd be interested to know what traffic really is like for this kind of community that has this kind of population. And so to sit here and just say that the UPS truck is dangerous and there's going to be kids crossing the sidewalks, I mean, hey, we got that everywhere. You can't just right now stop the train. That's just not doable. You know, I'm going to be back in here for some stuff that I'm going to develop. And I took a chance coming in here because I felt like I trusted you guys. I trusted you trustees. I feel like as many negative comments are going on behind us, I feel like there could be just as many positives. I'm going to trust you guys to sort through all the information and make the right decision. I think we have a gold standard developer. I feel like they're the same as a Vince Romanelli, where they're going to do the right thing. To be the comments that they're not going to be around in 5 years, I think that's unfair. I think Joel's going to be around in 5 years. They're local. They're strong financially. If something wrongs, if 5 pine trees die, they're going to come back and put them up because I'm going to make them, okay? I am promoting, because my property is right next door, I'm promoting heavy landscape buffers. I've mentioned numerous times that they should work with the Nia Court people because I feel like the Nia Court people need more consideration than anybody. And I respect the fact that they have beautiful homes and they want to maintain. I really don't agree with this property valuation thing going down. I mean, you know what's interesting? We don't have a piece of property like this in Genoa Township. You can't see this piece of property. You can't even tell what's back there. You've got Route 3, which is busy, busy, busy. You've got a park that half of it's wetland. You've got me for 1,000 feet with Joe McIntosh over there. And then you've got Nye Court with 10 houses. So you've got a really unusual situation here where this thing is tucked back in. And if we could negotiate with Joel and get them to spend a lot of money on that entrance, that entrance could be as nice looking as the one that goes into Walnut Grove. That's a positive, okay? That's a positive to me. Don't everybody clap at once. Anyway, I just want to make sure everybody was rambling, so maybe I have the right to ramble. I think I covered everything. The unknowns down the road are a concern to me. If this doesn't get approved, one-story ranch homes that are done well, that are heavily landscaped and sitting back off that entrance, that I think is low profile, for lack of a better word. I just don't want to see a big municipal building or a big parking lot or something that would be with a lot of light pollution, stuff like that. So I'm thinking, hey, these guys are local. If we can get this done and get it done right. The other thing that's come up is my ground. I have no intentions of extending this development through my ground. I love my property. My daughter wants to build a house on a portion of our property over by the T. I really, really think that, I mean, for your daughter to want to do that, how much better does that get? So I'm not hoodwinking you and I'm not BSing you. I love my property. There's no intent here. There's no hidden agenda to take this on through. I was asked day one if I would be willing to run that road through for a secondary entrance, and the answer was no. I have no desire to do that. So anyway, I think it's important that I make that clear to you guys.
Thank you. Before you go, would you mind, there was a question brought up that about your property had been sold. I'm assuming since you're talking about your property in the present, you still own it.
Yes, nothing's been sold. Yeah,
Thank you.
That's false.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? In the back.
Tom Will, 6903 Fleur Drive.
Can you speak up? I can, yeah. Thank you.
Tom Will, 6903 Fleur Drive. There are two documents in the township that we need to pay attention to. Code is code, although density is maximum density. But we also have a master plan, and we've had several. I worked on the first one, the second one, the third one, all through the 90s and the ensuing decade. And the property above Big Walnut, north of it, was always 1.35 acre, a density of that 1.35, far less than 1.99. In 2019, it was changed to a 2.2, I believe, all over the whole township. I didn't quite understand that because we had, every time we had a master plan reiteration, we had lots of people. It was groups of between 10 and 20 people working on this, and farmers, developers, all kinds of people. And it was consensus that we wanted to keep the area north of Big Walnut less dense, more rural. It was changed in 2019 by two trustees, not with a group consensus or anything like that. I question that judgment, and I think this is why we look at that and we think that doesn't look right for this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we're going to close public comment. thank you, everyone who took the time to come tonight and give your feedback. All right, I'll give the applicant a chance to respond to any comments from the public that you would like.
I appreciate the comments that we've heard and the thoughtfulness that many of our neighbors have put into what they've had to say tonight. There's certainly a lot to talk about here. And I'm challenged to respond to all of the comments, but I want to respond to some of them because I think this is a very serious matter. This is very important, not only for us today, but for the future as well. And while feelings and emotion are important, I think we can't ignore the facts. And there's a reason why there's a process put in place by the township, by the county, by the state law. And I think it's important to be guided by the law and to trust the experts that the law says need to be consulted as we go through this process. So with that as a background, I want to respond to a couple of the comments. One, I think there's some confusion about the size of the homes and the value of the homes. The code minimum, I believe, is 1,000 or 1,100 square feet. That's not what we intend to build here, but that is the code minimum. The homes that we are building elsewhere and that we would plan to build here would range from 1,400 square feet up to over 3,000 square feet. The values that we're selling these homes for today around central Ohio at other comparable neighborhoods would be in the square foot price range that I mentioned. The selling prices are public record. And I said they would average about 550,000. Doesn't mean they would start there, but they would average there. Some of our homes have gone up close to $1 million. And again, that's public record. That's not my opinion or my hope or my guess. There was some comment about how we calculated the density and some question about that. We calculated it in accordance with the township zoning resolution. We used every expert we could find to help us with that, including the people sitting at this table, and it was reviewed by the township staff. I'm confident that our zoning calculation is in accordance with your code and that it's accurate. And I think it's important to acknowledge that it is in compliance. The number that is calculated is in compliance with your code. Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, it's far less than any of the 5 previous EPCON neighborhoods that have been built in Genoa Township. And again, it's less than the neighborhood that was recently approved to the west. We heard a lot of opinions and feelings about safety and traffic, and I can understand that. We should all be concerned about those issues. And again, there's a process in place. We all have different tolerances for risk, different thoughts about what is safe and what isn't. But the process in place here obligates us to turn to the experts, not to take Joel's opinion versus Todd's opinion versus somebody else's opinion, but to follow the code and trust the experts, not just EPCON's experts, but the public officials that have been put in place to help us make these decisions. We have gone to the county engineer. Their letters of approval are in front of you. They're in the application package. We have gone to the Township Fire Department. Their approval letter is in the application package. There was some comment about the fire sprinklers and that being a loophole. It's simply in the zoning resolution. It's part of your code. It's not something that we thought up. In fact, it's not something that I've even experienced in most other Central Ohio jurisdictions. It's something, though, that is in the Genoa Township zoning resolution that is applicable to anybody who avails themselves of that code, whether it's EPCON or anybody else. There's been a lot of talk about stormwater drainage, and I understand that concern as well. Stormwater drainage is an issue throughout central Ohio. And I would challenge anybody to say, if this property is not developed, what's going to happen to the current conditions? Is there any hope that it will just get better on its own? I certainly think not. But I can tell you this. If we proceed, we will have a stormwater system that's designed by professional engineers, that's reviewed and approved by the Delaware County engineer, that's built in accordance with best industry practices and inspected and ultimately approved or made compliant at the end of the process. Now, again, talking about process, I don't have all the answers on stormwater today. None of us do. We don't even know if we have an approved land use. But if this is approved, as the process moves along, one of the next steps would be final development plan, which would start more engineering, design, and then construction drawings, which would be reviewed and approved and ultimately constructed in accordance with all applicable standards. I can go on, but in the interest of time, I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll open it up to the board for questions, comments.
If I could, just a couple
Yeah.
quick questions. One is, have you sprinkled any of your developments, single-family home developments?
Yes, we have.
You have? Where's that?
In North Carolina.
And were those single-family homes or condos?
They've been both attached and detached, so multifamily and single-family.
So in that system you have, do you do the maintenance, inspection and maintenance? Or
As
is
a
it
developer
private?
and builder, no, we do not.
Okay.
That's typically a homeowners association obligation, although I'm sure each jurisdiction could be different.
You mentioned the county approved the traffic plan, and I know traffic's not an issue in zoning, but I think it's an issue of safety, obviously. I don't see it in here. Maybe it's just not in my copy. I see the EMH&T traffic study, but I don't see the county engineer's response.
Yeah, there was a letter dated.
Yeah, June something, but it's not in here.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
not in mine.
it was submitted, and Mr. Schaefer can certainly speak to that.
Yes, we do have a copy of it on file.
I don't have a
Apologize, it
copy of
wasn't-
it.
Well, it wasn't in the materials that the applicant submitted, but I do believe we have it here in this very voluminous file folder here somewhere.
All right, while you're doing that, because I did read through your study, I don't see where ODOT was consulted at all about the signal and the threat of failure at the signal with the increased traffic. Just a question.
We have been in conversations with ODOT, yes.
You have?
Yes.
It's not in this study.
Okay.
Okay.
Nonetheless, they've been consulted.
Okay. And then just, I saw in your development text that you declined to do the walkabout, but I think I heard from one resident that they consulted with you, but you didn't have any meetings with any of the concerned residents prior to submitting your application?
No. Although we have met with numerous residents since then, since March.
I would like for you to address the concern brought out by, I can't remember her name, I'm sorry, about, my concern is the safety of the sprinkler system does satisfy the fire department, obviously. And I like the comment, it saves a building, but it may not save a life. But my concern is back to the residents' comment about how would you address the inability of an EMT to access a heart attack victim if that one primary access is blocked? Or how do you address the inability of police to respond to home invasion, domestic violence that occurs that they can't get access to that because you have this single access?
That's a good question, Mr. Nance, and I think the best way to respond to that is to say, again, I can have an opinion, you can have an opinion, but we turn to the experts. And the fire department, which is also provides EMT service, responded that they were satisfied with the plan. Police department declined to comment, but they had access to the same plan. I can tell you, and Mr. Schaefer mentioned this at zoning commission meetings, there are certainly other neighborhoods throughout Genoa Township and elsewhere in central Ohio with one means of access, no different than this. This would have the added safety of the fire sprinkler system and code compliance.
That's all.
If I may interject, in the way I interpret the fire department's letter is they approved your development for fire. I didn't see anything in there regarding EMS. And the same with the police department. They're not approving, they're not denying. They just had no comment. So again, the sprinkler systems address fire. They don't address other safety services. It's not specified in your letter.
Well, I guess my question would be, if either of those departments felt it was unsafe, wouldn't they have mentioned that?
I don't think they weren't asked that. They only are required to sign off regarding fire. There's no requirement for EMS.
Well, and my question would be the same. If they had a concern about that safety, wouldn't they have raised that? Beyond that, I think the code provides for one means of access when there's fire sprinklers.
And to you asked me a question. My response is they weren't asked, and it's not part of this development process. Just like the police department, they just remained silent. They didn't decide one way or the other. So I don't think that you can assume them being silent as they're approving this development for safety on EMS. I don't read it that way.
Was there a question?
No, there's not. I'm just stating my interpretation. Can you turn on the microphone, please, for the audio?
I would only point out, in addition to what Mr. Rhodes said, is the code is not just suggestive that one access point is permissible. It's actually phrased in the affirmative and the mandatory. A second vehicular access point shall not be required if the dwellings within a planned development contain residential sprinkler systems. So the code has spoken, and the department, either fire or police, their failure to weigh in is consistent with what the code already says, that it cannot be required.
And again, that's regarding fire, not EMS. It's the fire code.
No, it's simply the standards for a planned residence district in this township.
That's
It
fine.
shall not be required.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Antonetts?
Next, huh? Okay. I have a question about the sprinkler system, and it's not whether they're allowed or not. We all can agree they are allowed by the code. You mentioned that the HOA is normally responsible for making sure, on a periodic basis, I would assume annually, maybe biannually, that these are in working order. Is that something that EPCON would consider putting into their covenants and making sure that the residents would maintain those systems? And my other question is probably best addressed to Marshall Cato in the fire department, if he's still here. No, he left us. But I would question whether or not we as a township, since this is new to us, would have any plan for that.
Certainly. As I said, my experience is that jurisdictions look at maintenance obligations differently. We have had preliminary conversations here with this application, with Delco Water, and obviously with the fire department. We're not at the end of that process, but if in consultation with those experts, it was determined that that was something that was most appropriately an HOA obligation, we would do that. Again, I feel strongly that an important part of this or any other development process is to collaboratively work through the issues and then rely on the experts in the code. And if that was the ultimate decision, yes, this development, like every other EPCON development, would have significant HOA involvement in many maintenance obligations, and it would not be a problem to add fire sprinklers to that.
If I can piggyback here, I did do some research and I did speak with Marshall Cato this afternoon. He did research the sprinkler systems because I was brought to the attention of a resident locally who could turn off the sprinkler system. And that was in Franklin County. In Delaware County, the way the residential sprinkler system is designed, if they were to turn off the sprinkler system, it would turn off the water to their entire house. So you don't have to worry about that because they wouldn't have water if they would turn it off. And as far as the backflow question, maintenance and getting the residential sprinkler system inspected would be up to each resident. And nobody would monitor that. That's.
Is that similar, though, since you did some checking, is that similar to what they do with irrigation systems, where if you don't do it, they send you letter after letter?
I didn't get that far, but
Okay.
I do know that nobody would monitor whether each resident got it inspected annually. No one, that would be up to the resident.
All right. Ready?
Any other questions? Yeah, I'm finished.
Let's talk a little bit about the clubhouse and the parking spaces there. I know that you have calculated the number of places that are required, actually added a space, but I believe if I read this correctly, that's based on the swimming pool. My sense is that some people may not walk to pickleball or bocce, they may also drive. Which then increases the number of spaces that would be required. Was that put into the calculation, or was it just the pool? And is there an opportunity to add maybe another 2 spaces without impacting your open space? So, sorry.
I'll defer to Mr. Ferris on the calculation. I can tell you that in comparable neighborhoods that we have built, similarly sized as far as number of dwelling units, with similar amenities, we would have far fewer spaces, probably in the 6 to 8 parking spaces. Here, there's a higher requirement based on the code, but I'll defer to Todd as far as how it was calculated.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Todd Ferris with Ferris Planning and Design. We did take into account not only the pool, but the clubhouse parking requirements as well as the sports courts as well. Those are called out in your code, and we added those all up to come up with this number. So they are in there.
Thank you. I was a bit concerned about that. I just want to reinforce 2 things. And in the stack of comments that we received, I read a couple times that there was a concern about the traffic related to the recreational facilities, and those are for the residents only, so that should be enclosed. The other thing is, we've heard mentioned tonight a couple times about the 55 and over. Genoa Township does not have zoning for 55 and over housing any longer. Anybody can buy into this. So it's what I learned is called a NORC, a naturally occurring retirement community. And so what happens is, they're smaller homes, et cetera, they tend to get empty nesters, they tend to get young people that don't want to cut grass, whatever. There's minimal number of children, but it is not 55 and older by our code in Genoa Township. But that leads to my next question. Do you have any numbers about the number of school-aged children that might be in some of your other communities? We had someone mention tonight there's 1 in their neighborhood. What kind of numbers might we be looking there?
Yes, we do. We have worked with both Olentangy Local Schools and Hilliard City Schools to study existing EPCON neighborhoods of varying points in the age of the development, from new developments to ones that have been existing for many years. With one exception, they were not legally and formally age restricted. Not familiar with the term you used, but I like it. But they were just, that's who they appeal to. That's the type of residents that they have historically attracted. And those school-age children would be a percentage that in a neighborhood of 91 homes, there would probably be one or two. Smaller neighborhoods, there probably would be none, and I'd be happy to submit those studies to the township.
Not sure that's necessary. I was just looking for a gut feel on that one. As far as your divergences, there's two of them. The one where we're talking about fences crossing the side yard, not really concerned on that one. I think that one made sense to me. I am more concerned about those 4 corner lots that the height is going to exceed what's allowed in our code. And so I know you need the divergence to bring those higher. And part of this, I realize also, is part of the final development plan, not the preliminary one, but I need to push it now before I can make a decision. So if that fence is going to be higher than the height allowed, it's going to potentially block people turning corners. They won't be able to see through some of those fences. Is there an option to maybe put in a different style of fencing, more of an open pattern that you could see through? And I also understand that then somebody will put a hedge behind it, and, you know, I've been looking at this way too long. But I think that we need to think about blocking that view. Yeah, it's a small area, people should be going slowly. We know that's not always the case. Is there something that can be done with that? Lower those fences, open weave?
I have the same concern, just with sight distance, turning.
Yes, understand the question and the concern, and I can tell you that part of our divergence request, which in this case is limited to those specified locations, is that the fence would not interfere with any traffic sight distances. Now, if it was, and we said we got a situation where we just can't comply, yes, we could go with a lower fence or an open fence. But part of that divergence request is that only if it doesn't interfere with sight distance. And if it does, yes, we would do exactly what you've asked about.
So you'll take a really close look at that for your final development plan if this is approved. Okay. I'm sorry, I need a moment to kind of.
Yep, take your time.
I wish you had 2 entrances. I'm just going to say it, or 2 opening entrance exit points. You don't. I am pleased that you talked to Mr. Berlin to see if he was willing to do that, and I respect that he said, nope, not going to happen. The only other option, of course, is the township, and I'm not sure if you had looked at that. So at this point, I think, you know, we're stuck with 1 entrance exit for now. But I do appreciate the fact that you did look at options. I think that's it unless something else comes up.
Okay.
I reserve the right to come back.
Yeah, please. Okay, I want to talk about your existing pond, and can you tell me why it's not linked into any of the stormwater management system?
I'll defer to the civil engineers on that.
Okay.
But the big picture for a non-civil engineer
Yeah.
is that it's an existing pond that isn't, we felt best to leave it alone to allow it to continue to function. But Trish or Sydney, you can go into more detail.
Yes, and as Joel mentioned in very general terms,
Can you introduce yourself? 'Cause I
Oh,
don't
yes,
think-
Trish Brown with EMH&T.
Perfect, thank you.
The existing pond as it is sitting there, it's accepting the drainage. We felt that with the proposed development, that we would continue the drainage with proposed basins to capture the stormwater to meet all of the Delaware County engineers' requirements. And the drainage that we are capturing is tributary to the proposed basins we have. There is existing drainage that is going to the existing pond, which we are leaving and sustaining in its natural form.
Okay, thank you. Your cluster mailboxes, I know this is more of a final development plan item. However, I noticed there were no parking spaces near any of them. That would be something that I would like to see, and I think that might interfere with your diagram. So I wanted to bring it up at this point so that you can plan for that in your final development plan.
We agree. That was a comment that Mr. Schaefer had raised, and we
Okay.
would agree that at final development plan, that would be
So you've allowed room for that near your cluster mailboxes?
Ferris to come in there.
Yeah, Todd Ferris again. We have allowed room for that. There's parking on one side of the street. These are public streets that allow parking on one side. This is the detail that the county has started formulating that they're going to apply to all county streets now. We had to go through the same exercise in Berlin Township with Ken over there, and he had the same question. We went to Mike Love, and this is what they're doing. They want a crosswalk across the street. They want ADA ramps on both sides, so anybody can go there that has a disability. And it has to be on the parking side of the street as well. And then we have to place the ganged mailbox behind the right-of-way because they won't allow it in their right-of-way. So this is becoming, or has become, or will become the standard that the township, not the township, the county uses
Okay.
on all public streets.
Very good. We talked about the divergence and the fencing. I want to talk about the removal of the temporary sign. Joe Schaefer mentioned it in his staff report, that you want to leave the temporary sign until 95% of the homes are sold. I tend to agree with Joe Schaefer. I would like it linked to the number of building permits that have been pulled. I did do a little bit of research in EBCON communities in Delaware County. Came up with 3 EBCON communities that EBCON still owns after 10, 15 or so years that you rent. So in this instance, if you were to keep the sign until 95% of the homes were sold, that would give us 86 homes, and that would leave 5 left. Given the fact that you have 3 developments in Delaware County where you still own 5 to 6 homes, that would mean that that temporary sign would never leave. So would you agree to build the number of building permits sold versus a percentage?
Yeah, whatever standard would be appropriate and suitable for the township zoning staff to enforce. Yes, if that's
Okay.
zoning clearance or building permits or
Okay.
certificates, whatever it needs to be, yes, that's not a problem.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to address a few of the resident concerns. The Queens across the street have talked about lights in their windows. Would you be willing to put some buffers there to help with that headlight coming out?
We certainly would. I think that's a conversation that if this moves forward to final development plan, engineering, we would work with both the civil engineers and our land planner to determine where such a buffer should be, what it should consist of, and do it in a way that is both effective and acceptable to the
Okay.
resident.
There was a resident who brought up doing a water study. Was that something that you are willing to provide?
Certainly, that would be part of the final engineering.
Okay, that's
And
final.
we would do it at that time.
Okay. I want to just to bring up the fact that someone had talked about traffic and the fact that there is an access point to Fleur Park and that would add traffic to the traffic study. That is incorrect. There will be no, that outlet to the north, if that stays, we will not, the township, when I say we, will not be connecting that inlet and connecting it to any road. The current plan for Fleur Park is to keep it natural. We don't even want a parking lot in there at this point, so I just want to clarify that. There was a lot of conversation around sale price of existing homes versus these proposed homes. The township, the trustees, we don't take in consideration value of home. We look at the documents and how this application aligns with our documents and our vision for the township, and nowhere does it say anything about cost of homes. Another comment that was made was the accidents at Route 3 in Big Walnut. I did have the police department compile a list of accidents at nearby intersections at State Route 3 in Big Walnut last year. We're talking August 24th, 2021 to August 24th, 2022. There were 8 accidents. And at Lewis Center in Route 3, there were 9. At State Route 3 in Freeman, there were 11. At Lewis Center in Worthington, there were 12. So you can, at Plum Road in Route 3, there were 5. At State Route 3 in Highland Lakes, there were 5. And at Big Walnut in Worthington, there were 3. So you can see that actually this intersection of State Route 3 and Big Walnut is about right in the middle of the other major intersections in the township. There was a question about turn lanes, whether they would be required. I'll let you answer that,
I'll
or
defer to the
anyone.
civil engineers on that point.
I know.
Yes, Trish Brown again. Yes, per the traffic access study that was provided and approved by Delaware County Engineers Office, this site would warrant a right turn lane into the development as well as a left. However, it's not going to be a singular left turn lane. It would be a widening of Big Walnut that would continue from the 3-lane section on the east to the 3-lane section on the west. So it won't do an hourglass figure anymore. So it would be 3 lanes the entire way.
Very good, thank you.
If I may, Trustee
Yes,
Vaughn,
yes.
There was a question about who would pay for those improvements.
Yes.
That would be the developer.
Yes, thank you, because I forgot
And
about that one.
Since we're on that topic,
Yes.
I did take the liberty of forwarding the email I had received from Ms. Brown back in June, informing me that the traffic study had been approved. So the traffic study, and it has the attached PDF with it, is essentially Exhibit G2 in the document. It's not what we would think of as the super voluminous, thick traffic studies with many, many pages. Is essentially the 3-page text here that is in the application materials, and then also a site plan. It's actually the older site plan, the 95-unit version of the site plan that was sent to the engineer's office so they could just understand the layout. In regards to the approval of the study, I opened the PDF, and it looks exactly like Exhibit G2, only Mr. Love put a digital stamp on it that says approved by M. Love very early in the morning and on that date that I provided in June. So if we're asking where the traffic study is, it's essentially Exhibit G2 in the materials.
Yeah. There's no letter in here from Mr. Love.
No, he didn't provide a letter. I forwarded you the email this evening, copied Mr. Rhodes on it. All he did was just put a stamp on it, on this document that said approved Mike Love, date, time.
And Joe, while you're looking at the application, there was a question on when was it conducted? Can you look at the date while you're there?
This letter, the traffic access study letter is dated May 12th, 2022, and like I said, I believe it was approved by the engineer's office June 7th. I'd have to refer back to my notes, but it does contain like the turn lane information that Ms. Brown just discussed, and it discusses the methodology, where they pulled the data from, and all that. They did use the single-family detached classification when they ran the trip generation instead of the senior housing numbers. I did observe that. I think one of the reasons this study isn't as large as maybe we see with some other traffic studies is Big Walnut Road corridor, especially this section of it, I believe has probably been studied a lot as part of the intersection and road improvements that happened a few years ago, as well as the ongoing 71 improvements. That would just be my speculation. So I know a lot of times with traffic studies, when there's already a lot of data and studies having been done on a corridor, there isn't always a requirement to create the big, large documents that sometimes you see with these studies.
And if I'm reading this correctly, EMH&T performed a single weekday turning movement count at the intersection of Big Walnut Road and Satinwood, Ketterington on April 25th of 2022.
Oh, okay.
So it is relatively new.
Mhm. Thank you. All right. I have a couple other items. And a lot of this is addressing concerns tonight and emails that we've gotten. And I believe the applicant in the opening statement addressed some of these items. I'm referring to our zoning resolution, section 103 purpose. The purpose of our zoning resolution, one of them is to ensure the compatibility of land uses, which are either adjacent or in proximity. People have brought that up this evening. So documenting where in our, I don't know, somebody said Bible, I don't remember. So in our guiding documents where this information is. And there's a statement in our zoning resolution that ties the importance of the comprehensive plan. It's 103.08 to implement the recommendations of the Genoa Township Comprehensive Plan in effect at the time to achieve the goals of said plan. So a lot of people have quoted the comprehensive plan this evening, and that is a guiding document and has a lot of our vision of what we would like to see in Genoa Township. The zoning resolution 901.01, specifically F, talks about the policy of Genoa Township is to permit the creation of planned development districts, and F states promote development patterns in harmony with land use and specifically density. And residents had referred to this development being different in density to the neighboring district, Walnut Grove. And I believe Walnut Grove, according to the staff report, is 1.15 net density, and that you're proposing 1.99. Given that instance also, we talk about each property being unique. I know in the opening statement from the developer that they quoted the density of the Romanelli development at the corner of Big Walnut and Worthington Road. That is in planning area 1. And the comprehensive plans separates our planning areas into 6 areas of the township with different goals and visions of what we would like to see. So I don't think it's appropriate to compare a property in planning area 5 that was separated from planning area 1 because of the dynamic of where it is located in the township. However, if you want to compare densities in planning area 5, I think that would be more appropriate. Like I said, Joe Schaefer had placed them in his staff document. The Glade is 1.28, Mirasol 1.71, Mansard 1.1, Walnut Grove 1.15, and Sheffield 1.1, Grand Oak and the Retreat at Grand Oak 1.35. Most of them are nowhere near 1.99. So also in the comprehensive plan, on page 14, It talks about why we divided the township into sections, and number 1 talks about location, and that is why I'm comparing neighborhoods that have been approved in Genoa Township to other neighborhoods in Planning Area 5 because of the location. Also, one resident did bring up that on page 12 of the comprehensive plan, with the guiding analysis, it talks about being incompatible with the density pattern of the surrounding area. And I would just point to the same items that I have just discussed. And also in that section, that talks about impact, and that would be infrastructure. And we've already talked about the 1 entrance, 1 exit for infrastructure. And the impact and the traffic flow. In our zoning resolution, 903.02, it talks about shall not exceed 2.2 dwellings. And again, I'll defer to areas in Planning Area 5 if you want to compare other densities, neighborhoods. And then also, Mr. Rhodes, you had brought up feelings and opinions when it talks about safety. And we've debated this, the fire versus EMS. I did get some numbers from the fire department. In 2001, the fire department had 2,031 calls, 629 were fire, 1,402 were EMS. So clearly, most of our runs for the fire department are EMS. So far this year, as of July 31st, 2022, the fire department had 1,159 runs, 297 were fire, and 862 were EMS. So we're still, actually, the gap is wider this year than it was last year. So clearly, most of their runs are EMS, so sprinkler systems aren't going to help in that instance. We talk about it being adverse, again, on page 12 of the comprehensive plan, there's guidelines for analysis, adversely impacting the flow of traffic with the 1 entrant and the 1 exit. I did look at the Genoa Township map. You referenced 91 homes. We do have other neighborhoods in Genoa Township with 91 homes that have 1 entrance exit. However, they don't come out onto an arterial road, a main artery. So this one is unique in that its location, again, in Planning Area 5, and the fact that you're coming out onto a main road. So again, our comprehensive plan has been around. The resident, Tom Will, said he's been a part of it for a lot of years. It talks about our visions and our desires in Genoa Township. So I really feel like it's a guiding document. And you hear a lot here today talking about the rural feel, and it's all over our comprehensive plan. And so at that, I think that's all I have. Anyone else?
I would just add that, I'm sorry, you talked about the comprehensive plan on page 63. It talks about the planning area recommendations. Planning area 5, I won't read the whole paragraph, but it does say that the southern part of planning area 5 is now largely developed, paren, or slated for development, and end paren, as planned residential development PRDs, some utilizing conservation development standards, preserving 50% of open space. So, you know, density aside, it's probably, given that, not going to remain a soybean field,
Oh, yeah. I agree.
just to be clear.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Antonetts, do you have anything?
Nothing more.
No? Yes, please.
Thank you. As we look at the comp plan, I think page 63 is of interest because it does talk about planning area 5. and clearly says the plan recommends residential development with sanitary sewer, which this site has, residential development and approved planned residential development in accordance with the zoning resolution.
Mhm.
And the zoning resolution would be 2.2 units per acre. Now, it was also mentioned that some of the guidelines for analysis have to do with compatibility with density patterns in the surrounding area. Again, not limited to an arbitrary planning area, but within the surrounding area. And I think it's important to think about not only what is on the west side of this site, but what is on the east side and what is on the southeast corner of the site. And to acknowledge that what happens here needs to be responsive to all of those uses, not just to the west side.
The east side, I don't compare it because it's planning area 4. It's just like comparing it to the south side.
But I guess my point with that, Trustee Vaughn, was we've got a limited access highway
Yeah.
that has a significant impact on this site and what may go here and what wouldn't be feasible here.
Mhm. Anyone else have anything? Joe, you have anything?
Apologies, nothing to add at this time, no.
Okay. All right. At this time, how do we want to proceed?
We need to do the divergence review.
Okay. Okay. So the board, to read it, the board reviewed each divergence request against the standard set forth in sections 2707.05 of the Township Zoning Resolution to determine if such a request is warranted. Section 2707.05, divergence request shall demonstrate how granting the request will advance public interest and general purposes of this zoning resolution by promoting or not having an adverse impact on one or more of the following purposes: the conservation and protection of the natural resources, scenic areas, wildlife habitat, and the historical unique natural features of the land.
Nothing unique about a soybean field, really.
Okay. B,
Talking about a fence, right? The divergence.
well, yeah, 2 for fences, yes. Okay, the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the present and future inhabitants of Genoa Township. What we did to talk about the safety, but they said that they were going to address it at final.
And we'll have to go through that again at final if this is approved. Well,
Okay.
no, we wouldn't, would we, Joe?
No, once the divergence is granted, the concept will be codified in the development plan, but obviously there always could be refinement to
Okay.
it.
C, the quality of life within Genoa Township through the protection of the total environment, the environment of nuisances and hazards, and the provision of adequate light, air, and convenient access to property. No, I think a fence, we're okay. D, the assurance of the compatibility of land uses which are either adjacent or in proximity to each other. Yeah, I think. And then E, the orderly development of all lands within the township as to its appropriate use. Well, okay. And where's the rest of it?
Okay. Oh, and. Ended.
Oh, it does, and, oh, okay, I see. Okay, so the orderly development of all lands within the Genoa Township to its appropriate use. Okay.
Fences have no
Yes,
impact on
right.
that, yeah.
Okay, F, the most appropriate use of land to facilitate and provide adequate public and private improvements. Yeah, again, a fence, it's not going to impact too much. It's actually going to add to privacy. Okay, per section 2707.07, unless a deviation from development standards is specifically approved as a divergent, the same shall comply with. 1, divergence from section 905.03 and 2002.03 to allow fences up to 6 feet in height to be placed no closer than 10 feet to the right-of-way for lots 35, 54, 75, and 91 on the non-garage side of the patio. All right. What's our finding?
I would say that there's compliant with the divergences, but that we have requested that the applicant do a close review of the fence type at final development. You might want to add for visibility.
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
To clarify that.
Yeah, I have compliant with divergences. Applicant will ensure fences don't obstruct lines of sight. Okay. And then divergence from section 1608.03 to allow fences in a side yard setback. Again, we could say it's compliant with divergences.
Yes.
Okay, anything else you want to add to that one? No? All right. Well, which way do we want to move here? We go through, do we have to go through the,
I guess we decide, I don't really see any reason to continue it unless you're going to offer additional revised information.
There's some request for additional information.
I don't need. So we don't need a motion to continue?
No.
Yeah.
No, I would just go to the concur motion and first the rezoning and then the preliminary development plan. And then depending upon that, we'll decide where we go next.
yeah.
Procedurally, may I ask?
Yes, please.
Since there are some additional things that need to be put on here as far as the commitments made during this, as well as, well, we've got the divergence, the findings of fact, should we do that before we start stumbling through a motion, discuss that openly and get those down? Or would it be better for us to make the motion and stumble as we get to those points?
I know what my preference is, and perhaps Mr. Fowler, though, should answer that question.
I would, let's just see if, what the motion is, and then we can decide if we need to bolster the motion.
Okay. Thank you.
That's assuming the board wants to make a motion this evening.
Yeah, are you ready? You ready? You ready to make a motion? Well, I'm gonna make a motion and we'll see where it goes. I'll move to reject the zoning commission's recommendation of approval and thus deny the zoning map amendment, AKA rezoning request by EC New Vision Ohio LLC on behalf of the Mary Jo Velardo, trustee of the Philip J. Velardo Senior Irrevocable Trust, which seeks to rezone approximately 55.861 acres located at the northwest corner of State Route 3 and Big Walnut Road, parcel number 317-24001032000, from rural residential to planned residential district, as further described, detailed, and illustrated in the materials of the subject application ZC Case 2022-03, also known as Courtyards at Big Walnut, and further incorporating Exhibits A through L. This motion to deny the rezoning request, which in accordance with the Ohio Revised Code, Chapters 2505 and 2506, may be applied to the Delaware County Common Pleas Court, is based on the following findings of facts and conclusions.
I believe that was appealed, not applied.
Where?
Line 2.
Where was
May
I?
be appealed to the Delaware County.
Thank you. Appealed. Thank you for the clarification. Well, I'm going to say that it is not compatible to adjacent properties. The compatibility of land use to adjacent properties. Or it is not compatible.
I think it'd be appropriate to also add, it does not comport with section 10301 of the township zoning resolution to promote and protect the health, safety, moral, and general welfare of the present and future inhabitants of Genoa Township.
Where do you have that? Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, promote. Joe, do we need 3 or is 2 good?
You can have as many or as few as you feel necessary. We just put 3 slots in there, just
Okay.
I think
because.
it might be important to put a couple of the facts in there, however,
Okay.
that this is a proposed development of 91 homes,
Okay.
that it is compliant with 903.01 in that it is greater than 25 acres, and that it is also compliant with 903.02.
I don't have the first one. Can you say that one again?
Compliant with 903.01 in that it is greater than the required 25 acres.
Client, because it's 25 acres.
Greater than the required 25 acres.
Okay.
It's also compliant with 903.02, which allows for a maximum density of 2.2 units per net developable acre. This is 1.988.
Okay.
conditional approval was recommended by DCRPC.
Conditional approval
Mhm.
recommended.
By the DCRPC.
Okay.
And Genoa Township Zoning Commission recommended approval by a 3-2 margin.
Okay. Anything else? You good? All right. Do I need to reread all that then, Joe?
Mr. Fowler's shaking his head no.
No.
I know for the sake of writing the minutes, sometimes we prefer that it just get reread, so it's all read in one
You want me to do it?
concise, if you don't mind.
Yeah, number 1 is not compatible with land use of adjacent properties. Number 2, at the 903.01 of the zoning resolution states to promote the health, what'd you say? Sorry.
Health, safety,
Yes,
morals,
but
and
what
general
goes,
welfare.
it does not.
What was the number you put on that?
903.01?
903.01 is gross acreage.
I'm sorry, 103.01.
Yeah.
103.01 of the zoning resolution. It doesn't promote the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of present and future inhabitants of Genoa Township. Number 3, the proposed development consists of 25 homes. Sorry.
Proposed
Yeah,
91.
yep. Well, everybody was talking at once. I wrote 25, and then the proposed development consists of 91 homes. Number 4, it is compliant with having greater than the required 25 acres. That is section 903.01 of the zoning resolution, and section 903.02 of the zoning resolution. It fits with the maximum density of 2.2. And number 6, it received conditional approval and the recommendation of the DCRPC and the Genoa Township Zoning Commission by a vote of 3-2.
I'm
Yes.
confused.
Yes.
Because this says the motion to deny the rezoning request in accordance, blah, 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 is
Yeah.
based on the following findings of facts and conclusions.
Yep.
But those aren't
They're not
facts
denying.
for denial, those are facts for approval.
Yep.
Then cross them off if you're in disagreement.
Well,
They are
I'm just
facts.
stating.
Yeah.
What are we
that's-
supposed to be doing?
It's almost like an amendment to the motion. Sorry. It's as if Trustee Goodman amended your original motion, so it's up to a majority of the board what you wanted to read.
This motion hasn't even been seconded yet, so.
Correct. Well, you're right. That's why I said essentially. It's almost
Sure.
like
I
you're
didn't
trying
see
to
it.
craft a
I'm fine if you
motion.
take them off.
Yeah, so how I
That's
envisioned
fine.
it was, you're basically discussing the motion, and then someone's gonna reread all of this in its totality as a formal
Yep.
motion.
Okay.
I think
Go
I may
ahead.
be a little confused because we normally do a concur motion. We vote on that. And then depending upon that vote, we go to we do the rezoning motion,
Yes.
then we do the preliminary in the affirmative.
I understand.
And then if those are not successful, we normally go to the rejection.
Yeah,
where I got
I
confused.
understand.
Sorry.
I had received a little guidance today, and I was told that wasn't necessary.
Oh, okay.
That's why I went in that direction.
That works then.
Okay.
Go ahead, if you feel consensus is to cross those
Well.
items off, do so.
What's the consensus? Cross them off?
I don't think they are reasons to deny.
Okay. So we will take off
In fact, they're the
3
opposite.
through 6, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to read it through again with just 2. So I'll move to reject the zoning commission's recommendation of approval and thus deny the zoning map amendment, AKA rezoning, requested by EC New Vision Ohio LLC on behalf of Mary Jo Velardo, trustee of the Philip J. Velardo Sr. Irrevocable Trust, which seeks to rezone approximately 55.861 acres located at the northwest corner of the State Route 3 and Big Walnut Road, parcel number 317-2400103200, from rural residential to planned residential district as further described, detailed, and illustrated in the materials of the subject application ZC case number 2022-03, also known as the Courtyards at Big Walnut, and further incorporating exhibits A through L. This motion to deny the rezoning request, which in accordance with Ohio Revised Code, Chapter 2505 and 2506, may be appealed to the Delaware County Common Pleas Court, is based on the following findings of facts and conclusions. It is not compatible with land use of adjacent properties, and 103.01 of the zoning resolution, it doesn't promote the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the present and future inhabitants of Genoa Township. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call. So, hold on, before we do that, I have a question. So, now that I've read this, a yes vote would be that you are not in favor of the development. A no vote would be that you are in favor of the development. Can you?
I think a yes vote means you're supportive of the motion being made, which is
To deny.
denial. And a
That's-
no
I
vote
just wanna make
means
sure.
You're not supportive of the motion. I don't know if I would go as far to say that you're for the development. It would just mean you're not in favor of the motion as made.
Okay. Got it. All right, any other discussion, questions?
Unless Mr. Fowler disagrees with my assessment.
Okay. Roll call?
Roll call, trustee Antonetts.
Yes.
Trustee Goodman.
No.
Trustee Vaughn.
Yes.
Did we vote on the, or is it moot point? Okay.
So at this time, I'll move to adjourn this meeting at 10:27 PM. Do I have a second? Hold on. We're still in session. If you could hold it down for a minute. Shh. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Roll call, trustee Antonetts.
Yes.
Trustee Goodman.
Yes.
Trustee Vaughn.
Yes. Motion carries. We're adjourned at 10:27 PM.